Chapter 1858. After flying 100 miles away, Lu Ming threw Hamodi out. He and Autumn Moon flew forward at top speed. At this distance, even if Ha Zheng wanted to attack, they could let Bubble open a spacetime tunnel and escape. Seeing Lu Ming let go of Hamodi, Ha Zheng exploded with terrifying speed and appeared beside Hamodi. He grabbed Hamodi and then quickly retreated, rushing toward the vortex. This scene naturally fell into Lu Ming's eyes. No, Ha Zheng seems to be afraid and wants to leave. Is there danger here? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. Let's go back. Lu Ming shouted. He pulled Autumn Moon's hand and rushed toward the vortex. Boom. At this moment, a huge battle axe appeared in the sky and slashed toward Ha Zheng. Damn it! Ha Zheng roared. The river of law appeared and punched out, sending the battle axe flying. At the same time, a huge hand that was as big as a mountain and surrounded by the river of law grabbed at Ha Zheng. It was a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor had attacked. Ha Zheng waved his hand, and saint weapons flew out one after another, blocking in front of the giant hand, while he charged towards the vortex wholeheartedly. As he was already prepared, he was very close to the vortex. After a few flashes, he rushed into the vortex and disappeared. At the same time, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were also attacked. A huge mace came toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Its aura was extremely shocking. Complete Saint Realm. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. The mace's attack was at least equivalent to a complete Saint Realm's attack. It was not something they could fight against now. Bubble waved her hand and the space-time law enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Their figures flashed rapidly and dodged the attack. At the same time, the people from the other forces in Desolation City were also attacked. Moreover, the people who attacked were extremely powerful and shocking. Oh no, we fell into a trap. Damn it, we fell into Ha Zheng's trap. Retreat, retreat quickly. The people of the 6 major forces roared, wanting to retreat towards the vortex. However, one figure after another appeared in the sky. These figures were extremely tall and sturdy, at least 2 meters tall. All of them were draped in animal skins, revealing their muscular arms. Some of them carried battle axes on their backs, while others carried spiked maces, just like the people of the ancient tribes. However, the auras emitted by each and every one of them were extremely terrifying. They were like giant beasts from the Great Desolate Era. Lu Ming sensed that most of them were absolute saints. A few of them had the river of law surrounding them. They were quasi-emperors. Lu Ming's heart sank. He finally understood why Ha Zheng didn't bring any of the Ha family's experts and came in alone. Obviously, Ha Zheng already knew about the situation here, so he immediately rushed towards the vortex after rescuing Hamodi. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the others wanted to rush to the vortex, but it was too late. Who are you? We mean you no harm. Mo Qingshan's panicked voice rang out. These ancient barbarians were too strong. They were no match for them. Take them down. A deep voice rang out. Those tall figures had made their move. Terrifying attacks rained down on them. Especially those boundary emperors. The rivers of laws condensed into a huge hand. With a grab, a large group of people was taken down without being able to resist. Boom. In the sky, a huge hand covered the sky and cast a large shadow, grabbing toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. This was a boundary emperor. Just now, Lu Ming and the others had displayed amazing movement techniques and attracted a boundary emperor. Bubble, go. Lu Ming shouted. Leave it to me, chirp chirp. Bubble waved its hands and a spacetime passage was formed that went straight to the vortex. Lu Ming and the others rushed into the spacetime passage, avoiding the attack of the huge hand. Just as they were about to rush into the spacetime passage, a tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of the vortex. With a grab of the huge hand, the spacetime passage collapsed, and Lu Ming and the others were directly grabbed by the huge hand. Lu Ming felt a gush of powerful energy surging toward him, sealing his entire cultivation level. Martial Emperor Expert. I won't die here just like that, right? Lu Ming was extremely unwilling. Then his body went numb and his vision turned black as he fainted. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming slowly woke up. Where was this? Lu Ming looked around and found that he was in a secret room. The walls of the secret room were made of a kind of black metal that was as smooth as a mirror. Autumn Moon and Bubble were lying not far away from him. Lu Ming circulated his saint power and poured it into Autumn Moon and Bubble's bodies. After a while, Autumn Moon and Bubble woke up one after another. Brother Lu Ming, where is this? Chirp chirp. Bubble blinked its big eyes and looked around. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head and pondered quickly. Who exactly were those people who looked like barbarians previously? Was this really the ancient desolate sanctuary? I'll bring you out, Bubble said and then used the space-time law. The void rippled as it wanted to break through space and leave this place. However, the surrounding walls suddenly shone, and Bubble almost crashed into the wall. Bubble could travel through space but it could not break through the walls. Let me do it. Lu Ming stepped out, used the hell-suppressing heaven skill and punched out. Boom. The fist hit the wall and there was a loud boom but the wall did not move. It's so hard. Lu Ming was shocked. With his current combat strength, a full-powered punch would probably smash a great sage weapon into pieces. However, the wall was not damaged at all. Primal Chaos Law. Space-Time Law. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. It was a very shocked voice. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. In the corner of the secret room, there was an extremely burly man. He was dressed similar to the people who had captured them. Lu Ming had seen this person before but back then his attention was on Autumn Moon and Bubble so he did not pay attention to them. The burly man sized up Lu Ming and Bubble with a look of surprise. After a while he said, "The few of you don't waste your energy. The walls here are made of black desolate gold. It can isolate sacred energy and is indestructible. Unless one has the cultivation of a martial emperor, it is impossible to break through." Black desolate gold? Lu Ming muttered. He had never heard of such a metal. It required a martial emperor to break through it. It was no wonder that his punch did not move it. "Senior, where is this? Why did those people capture us?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course it's the ancient desolate sanctuary. You came in yourself, so don't you know where this place is? As for the people who captured you, they are naturally the desolate race who live in the ancient desolate sanctuary." The burly man explained. "Desolate race? You are from the desolate race?" Chapter 1859. "Oh, young lady, you have heard of the desolate race?" The burly man looked at Chiu Autumn Moon in astonishment. "I once read about it in one of my master's ancient books. It was said that the desolate race is an extremely ancient race, but in the distant past they disappeared from the world. I never expected them to be in the legendary ancient savage wilderness domain." Chiu Autumn Moon said. "Haha, young lady, you are right. The desolate race has been in seclusion for a long time. They have been living in seclusion in the ancient savage wilderness domain. I never expected you to find us. According to what I know, it has been a long time since outsiders have entered." The burly man said. The desolate race's bodies were extremely stout. They were very different from ordinary people, so needless to say, the burly man knew that Lu Ming and company had come from outside. "Senior, then where is this place?" Lu Ming asked again. "Caged Battle Arena." The burly man said. "What's a caged battle arena?" Lu Ming frowned. Immediately, the burly man patiently explained the situation to him. The desolate race had been living in seclusion in the ancient savage wilderness domain, so outsiders did not know. Lu Ming and company had rashly entered, so they were naturally taken down. And this place was a huge caged battle arena of the desolate race. The people who were imprisoned here were people who had committed serious crimes or were slaves. They had to participate in deathmatch, fighting with other slaves, fierce beasts or the desolate race's experts who came here for training. The desolate race were very belligerent, so the deathmatch attracted numerous desolate race members to watch. Lu Ming understood. They had been captured and made slaves. They had to participate in the deathmatch for the desolate race to watch. As for the burly man, he had also become a slave because of his serious crimes, so he had to participate in the deathmatch. The deathmatches in the caged battle arena are typically between people of the same level. As long as you win 100 consecutive battles, you can obtain your freedom and leave this place. You and that kid have grasped the chaos laws and spacetime laws, so you definitely have a chance of winning 100 battles. The burly man explained. You can obtain your freedom by winning 100 consecutive battles. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as they obtained their freedom, they would have a chance. Of course, the desolate race is belligerent. They admire people with powerful combat strength the most. The robust man spoke, and then he gazed at the innermost wall and said, "Once the deathmatch begins, that wall will appear. It's a chance for us deathmatch gladiators to observe the combat strength of others." Next, Lu Ming and the others chatted with the burly man for a while. This was the burly man's first time meeting outsiders. He was very enthusiastic and told Lu Ming and the others everything he knew. He let Lu Ming and the others know more about this place. After an unknown period of time, the inner wall of the secret room suddenly glowed, and then a huge image appeared. It was a huge cage battle arena. It was extremely spacious. Around the cage battle arena were rows of spectator stands. The spectator stands were filled with people. All of them were burly members of the desolate race. Even the women were more than 2 meters tall. They were burly and had strong backs and waists. They were filled with strength. An earth-shaking howl could be heard through the screen. Even sound could be heard from this scene. It was truly miraculous. However, the experts of the martial world controlled the laws of heaven and earth. Laws were the foundation of the world. No matter how miraculous something was, it was not surprising that they could create it. The caged battle had begun. A roar could be heard. A huge beast walked out of a door on the side of the cage battle arena. It was a tiger-shaped beast, but its body was covered in black scales. Its fangs were like swords and it looked extremely ferocious. "It's a savage mutant," Lu Ming muttered. This beast looked very ancient and was rarely seen in the outside world. It could only be found in the savage ancient region. At this moment, a figure walked out of a door on the other side of the cage battle arena. Emo Qingshan. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon and Bubbles' heart skipped a beat. The person who walked out was Emo Qingshan. "This person came in with you from the outside, right?" the burly man asked. "That's right. This person is very strong. He is at the great circle of the Absolute Saint Realm. Aren't you afraid that he will take the opportunity to escape?" Lu Ming asked. "Escape? There are at least 5 martial emperors guarding this cage battle arena. If he tries to flee, only death awaits him. He will be instantly killed," the burly man said disdainfully. 5 martial emperors? Lu Ming gasped. The strength of the desolate race was not to be underestimated. It was just a cage battle arena, but there were no less than 5 martial emperors in it. Emo Qingshan's face was extremely ugly. He had brought the Emo family's experts into the savage ancient region to search for treasures, but he had not expected to be ambushed and brought to such a place. He had also been told that he could only regain his freedom if he won 100 battles in a row. At this moment, Emo Qingshan's heart sank. This was because the beast he was facing had a terrifying aura. There was no doubt that it was at the great circle of the Absolute Saint Realm, and it was a savage mutant. Its combat strength was unpredictable. The beast roared and charged at Emo Qingshan. Its 4 limbs stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. "Kill!" Emo Qingshan roared as he unsheathed his sword. A terrifying sword beam tore through the void and slashed at the beast. The beast's roar was like thunder. The roar formed a terrifying sound wave that destroyed the sword beam. At the same time, it used its huge claws to shatter the sword beam. Emo Qingshan's face was solemn. He soared into the sky. Endless sword lights poured down from the sky, slashing towards the beasts. However, most of the sword lights were destroyed by the beast. A few of the sword lights landed on the beast's bodies and actually produced the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions. Emo Qingshan's sword beams could not break through the beast's defense. They only left a few sword marks on the beast's scales. The beast broke through the sword beams and charged at Emo Qingshan. With a swipe of its claws, it sent Emo Qingshan flying. Emo Qingshan retreated, his face pale. The beast looked ferocious as it continued to charge at Emo Qingshan. Emo Qingshan was no match for the beast. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Emo Qingshan was completely at a disadvantage. His body was almost torn apart once, but he managed to avoid the attack. However, he was still severely injured. "I won't play with you anymore," Emo Qingshan roared as he charged into the sky. He actually wanted to break through the sky of the cage battle arena and escape. However, a huge palm formed in the sky of the cage battle arena and pressed down on Emo Qingshan. "No," Emo Qingshan roared. However, he could not escape from the huge palm and was sent flying out of the cage battle arena. The ferocious beast roared and took the opportunity to grab Emo Qingshan. It tore Emo Qingshan into pieces with all its might and then swallowed him. "How dare you escape from the cage battle arena? Kill without mercy." A majestic voice sounded in the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, in the other secret chambers, the people from the Imperial City who came in with Lu Ming saw everything that happened in the cage battle arena. Their faces turned pale. Next, they would also have to face the same scene. How was it possible to win 100 battles in a row? They did not expect the ancient desolate region to be hell instead of a treasure land. It's all because of Ha Zhang. Chapter 1860. Following that, the deathmatch continued. The second person to go up was still an outsider. He was the leader of another faction in the desolate city's 6 major factions. He was also a perfect sacred perfection expert. This time he was facing a perfect sacred perfection member of the desolate race. However, that desolate race member's combat strength was slightly stronger than the fierce beast from before. After more than 10 moves, he killed that faction's leader. Following that, almost all of the people who went up were outsiders. It was as if the desolate race was curious about the outsiders and wanted to see how strong they were. However, after more than 10 people went up, none of them won a single match. All of them were killed. Lu Ming realized that be it the desolate race or the fierce beast, their combat strength was extremely high. At the same level, they could completely crush the outsiders. The desolate race seems to have extremely powerful bodies. The laws they use are also related to strength. They have immense strength. They are indeed a race that loves to fight. Lu Ming thought to himself. Following that, there were more than 10 battles. Without exception, none of the outsiders won. All of them were killed. The remaining outsiders were in despair. They could not even win a single match, much less 100 consecutive victories. That was completely impossible. And at this moment, the light on the wall dimmed. Today's caged battle was over. It would continue on the second day. That night, Lu Ming, Bubbles and Autumn Moon sat cross-legged and quietly cultivated. The three of them had no fear of fighting at the same level. They believed that they could win 100 consecutive battles. The next day, the death match continued. The people who went up were still outsiders. However, the results were the same as yesterday. Almost all of them were killed. One person tried to escape, but he was mercilessly killed by a desolate race expert. On the third day, there was finally a genius with profound combat strength who won a match. For the next 10 days, the death match did not stop. Every day, the caged battle arena was filled to the brim. It was obvious how passionate the desolate race was about fighting. Hundreds of people who came from the desolate city had died in battle. However, there were very few victors. And even if they won, they had to participate in the second and third death match the next day. And the later they fought, the stronger their combat strength would be. Hence, almost no one could win 10 consecutive battles, much less 100. The outsiders are actually so weak? They are indeed very weak. Our desolate race is the true war race of the world. Outsiders can't even withstand a single blow. During this period of time, waves of such voices sounded out from all around the cage battle arena. However, during these 10 days, Lu Ming and the others never got their turn. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. On the 21st day, the group arrived at Lu Ming's secret room. You go out and fight to the death. A muscular man pointed at Lu Ming. Is it finally my turn? A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He wanted to see if the desolate race would really give him freedom if he won 100 consecutive matches. Brother Lu Ming, you can do it. Brother Lu Ming will definitely win. Bubbles waved her little fists and cheered for Lu Ming. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' head. You, be careful. Chiu Yu muttered after pondering for a moment. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled before leaving with the desolate race. Following that, Lu Ming followed a passageway and stepped into the cage battle arena. Only when he stepped into the cage battle arena did he feel the grandeur of the cage battle arena. The spectator stands that spanned 100 miles were filled with people. There were at least 1 million people. This desolate race's strength probably exceeds my imagination. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings and was secretly alarmed. From the looks of it, the Yuan continent was not as simple as it looked. Just like the Yuan mountains on the surface, there were only 9 sacred lands. The powerful factions in the 9 sacred lands had astounding strength. The factions outside the 9 sacred lands were all ordinary emperor-ranked factions. They were not very strong. However, who knew that in this remote land, there was an ancient race, the desolate race, living in seclusion? Their strength probably exceeded many of the powerful factions in the sacred lands. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. The surrounding desolate race members were also sizing up Lu Ming. This person is so young. What's his cultivation level? It was just reported that it was a battle between great sages at the large success stage. This means that this person has a cultivation level at the large success stage of the great sage realm. For him to reach the large success stage of the great sage realm at such a young age, it seems like this person is an elite from the outside world. I wonder how strong he is. In the spectator stands, the desolate race members were in a flurry of discussion. With a loud roar, a gigantic beast rushed out from a large door. This beast was in the form of a tiger. It was covered in scales and looked identical to the beast that Mo Qingshan was fighting. It was clearly from the same race, but its cultivation level was at the large success stage of the great sage realm. The beast roared, and when it saw Lu Ming, it charged straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm glowed as sacred power surged, condensing into a spear. Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. As for Lu Ming's figure, he charged out like lightning. His speed was astounding. In an instant he approached the beast and thrust out his spear. This spear was like a bolt of lightning. In a flash, it stabbed at the beast's head. Pwah! Blood splattered everywhere. Accompanied by the beast's roar, the beast's head was pierced through by Lu Ming, nailing it to the ground. The audience suddenly fell silent before bursting into loud cheers. With just one move, he killed a beast of the same level. His speed was as fast as lightning. What amazing combat strength! He killed a tiger-scaled beast of the same level in one move. No wonder he reached the large success stage of the Great Sage Realm at such a young age. He must be an elite from the outside world. Someone from the outside world has finally appeared. At this moment, a desolate race expert entered the arena and dragged the corpse of the tiger-scaled beast away. Do you choose to continue fighting, or do you choose to rest and fight another day? A burly man with a battle axe on his back stood high in the sky and looked at Lu Ming. Let's fight again. Lu Ming answered without any hesitation. All right. The burly man nodded and left through the air. Not long after, a figure stepped out of a large door and walked into the cage battle arena. This person looked to be in his 50s. He was draped in a piece of animal skin and his upper body was naked, revealing muscles that were as firm as iron. He was a desolate race expert and his cultivation level was also at the large success stage of the Great Sage Realm. However, he looked at Lu Ming with a heavy gaze. The moment he stepped into the arena, a gigantic mace appeared in his hand as he stared cautiously at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had just killed a tiger-scaled beast of the same level in one move. His combat strength was absolutely amazing. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the person. The sacred power in his hand condensed into a long spear that was 1,000 meters long as it lashed out at the person. The desolate race burly man roared as his muscles bulged. Powerful energy surged into the mace as he charged at Lu Ming. However, when the long spear lashed out, the person cried out in pain as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew for thousands of meters before stopping and vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. This was after Lu Ming showed mercy. If not, the person would have died. You have lost, Lu Ming said indifferently. Following that, he looked up into the sky and said, Next. There was an uproar. Another defeat in one move. Great. A voice sounded high in the sky. Chapter 1861. After that, Lu Ming activated his crushing mode. Everyone who fought, be it the fierce beasts or the desolate race experts, were all defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Battling someone of the same level was no pressure for Lu Ming. There was no challenge at all. In a short period of time, Lu Ming had won 19 consecutive matches. So strong. This person's combat strength is amazing. It feels unfathomable. That's right. The surrounding desolate race members were not discouraged or angry because of the desolate race experts being defeated. Instead, they became more and more excited. On the highest viewing platform, a few powerful desolate race existences were nodding their heads. This outsider's combat strength is not bad. Let Huang Ren try. One of them said. Not long after, a figure stepped into the cage battle arena. This person looked very young, about the same age as Lu Ming. He was extremely burly, at least 256 meters tall. He was much taller than Lu Ming. His muscles bulged as if he was filled with infinite strength. It's Huang Ren. Huang Ren has made his move. Huang Ren has already won 30 consecutive matches. I wonder if he can stop this outsider's footsteps. Huang Ren has an inferior heaven spiritual body, so he might be able to put up a fight. Seeing this youth, even more desolate race members were excited. They looked forward to the upcoming battle. Kid, you are very strong, but against me your winning streak has come to an end. Huang Ren held a gigantic axe in his hand as he looked at Lu Ming with fighting spirit. Make your move. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He was still holding onto a long spear that was condensed from Saint Power. What arrogance, take this. Huang Ren roared as he charged at Lu Ming with his battle axe in hand. He stepped on the ground and like a savage beast, he charged at Lu Ming. Not far from Lu Ming, he charged high into the sky and looked down from above. His gigantic axe cleaved down at Lu Ming with an astonishing aura. Inferior heaven spiritual body? It's just a law, an ordinary law of strength. With a thought, Lu Ming swept out with his spear. Dong. With a loud explosion, Huang Ren was sent flying like a cannonball, just like the opponent Lu Ming had faced before. He flew all the way to the edge of the cage battle arena before stopping. He spat out a large mouthful of blood as he looked at Lu Ming in shock. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was simply unfathomable and completely invincible. Thank you for showing mercy. Huang Ren cupped his fists, stood up and strode away. He had been defeated, and there was no need for him to continue fighting. Another move. I'm afraid that this person also has a heavenly spiritual body, and his level is even higher. I wonder if this person can achieve 100 consecutive victories. Lu Ming defeated Huang Ren in one move. Everyone knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Many people were looking forward to seeing if Lu Ming could achieve 100 consecutive victories. It was not easy to obtain 100 consecutive victories. Those who could achieve it were rare elites of the desolate race. Again? With his spear in hand, Lu Ming's fighting spirit surged as his voice resounded throughout the arena. The next person to fight was not as strong as Huang Ren, so Lu Ming naturally won easily. Lu Ming began a crazy winning streak. Furthermore, he only needed one move in every battle. It gave people an unfathomable feeling. No one knew how strong Lu Ming's combat strength was. 30 consecutive victories, 40 consecutive victories, 50 consecutive victories. Soon, Lu Ming reached 90 consecutive victories. At this moment, an expert stepped down from the sky and looked at Lu Ming, asking, "Kid, what's your name?" Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered. Lu Ming, very good. Your combat strength is very strong, enough to gain the respect of the desolate race. However, let's end today's battle here. The number of great sage experts at the large success stage is limited, so they need time to deploy. The remaining 10 battles will be fought in 2 days. The desolate race expert said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The further he went, the stronger the opponents he would face. It was normal for the other party to deploy stronger great sage experts at the large success stage. However, Lu Ming was unafraid. He had yet to meet a match at the same level. Following that, Lu Ming returned to the chamber. Today's battle had come to an end. On the second day, it was not Lu Ming's turn to fight, but Bubble. When Bubbles entered the arena, everyone was a little stunned. It was unknown if it was a problem with Bubbles' physique, but she did not grow up. She looked the same as when she first transformed. She looked like she was 2 or 3 years old. Lu Ming guessed that it was because the growth cycle of the top 10 battle beasts was relatively long. A 2 or 3-year-old girl left people speechless. However, when they learned that Bubbles' cultivation level had reached the large success stage of the Great Sage Realm, everyone's mouths twitched. A 2 or 3-year-old girl actually had the cultivation level of a Great Sage Realm? That's not right. She doesn't seem to be a human but a fae. A fae. Even if she is a fae, she is so young after transforming. She shouldn't be that old, right? That's true. I wonder what kind of combat power she has. In the midst of the discussion, the battle began. Then the battle ended the next moment. There was silence in the audience. Many people didn't even see how the battle ended. Bubble just spat out a bubble and her opponent was seriously injured. I want to continue fighting. Bubble's childish voice spread throughout the audience. In the following battle, the audience could only be described as silent. Bubble, like Lu Ming yesterday, launched a crushing mode. Her speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. No matter who the opponent was, as long as Bubble pouted and waved her little hand, the opponent would be seriously injured and sent flying. Soon after, Bubble also achieved 90 consecutive victories. At this point, she had to stop and fight another day. As Bubble used a very short time, today's battle continued. After that, Autumn Moon appeared. It was already shocking that Chiou had reached the Great Sage perfection at such a young age. However, the following battle was even more shocking. A sweep, another sweep. Autumn Moon also achieved 90 consecutive victories before the battle ended. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming, Bubble and Autumn Moon did not go on stage. Instead, it was other people's battles. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally welcomed his 91st battle. The desolate race had prepared for a few days, and the experts they sent were indeed stronger. However, to Lu Ming, there was no difference in battling at the same level, unless it was a son of heaven. It was still a sweep. 91 consecutive victories, 92 consecutive victories, 93 consecutive victories. Soon, it reached 99 consecutive victories. In the 100th battle, the desolate race finally sent out a heavyweight. This person was a young elite of the desolate race. His spirit body had reached the high-grade heaven spirit body, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming realized that the desolate race's combat power was much stronger than the elites of the outside world when their spirit bodies were the same. For example, this elite had a high-grade heaven spirit body, but his laws were not King Dao laws. His talent was on par with the Xinyuan Empire's crown prince, Ouyang Wudao. If the two were at the same realm, the desolate race would definitely be stronger. However, to Lu Ming he was no different from the others. He was still easily defeated by Lu Ming. 100 consecutive victories. The audience cheered. Chapter 1862. High up in the cage battle arena, a few desolate race experts looked at Lu Ming with surprise in their eyes. His combat strength is very strong. He is invincible at the same level. I suggest that we let him cross levels and see his combat strength. Who knows, he might even be of great help to our desolate race. Are you talking about that matter? How can it be possible? Our desolate race's strongest elites have never been able to accomplish it. How can an outsider do it? How would we know if we don't try? Let's report this matter and see what the patriarchs think. A few desolate race experts were discussing. Following that, a person stepped down and landed in the arena. Senior, now that I have won 100 consecutive matches, can I obtain my freedom? Lu Ming looked at the desolate race expert. No. The desolate race expert shook his head. Lu Ming's expression changed as he said, Senior, I heard that the desolate race has a rule. As long as you win 100 consecutive matches, you can obtain your freedom. Is the desolate race going back on their word? The others present were also surprised. Indeed, as long as one won 100 consecutive matches, be it slaves, beasts or others, they would obtain their freedom. This was a rule passed down by the desolate race. Why did the desolate race experts say that it was impossible? That rule is for living beings in the ancient savage wilderness region. As you are outsiders, the conditions are even higher. If you can achieve 100 consecutive victories, you can obtain your freedom. The desolate race expert said. 100 consecutive victories across levels. Alright, I agree. Lu Ming clenched his fists together before returning to the chamber. 100 consecutive victories across levels? Everyone in the spectator stands was shocked. Then they revealed looks of great anticipation. Since ancient times, not many people had managed to achieve 100 consecutive victories across levels. Those who managed to do it were all peerless elites, and later on they would become peerless experts. Could this outsider accomplish it? After Lu Ming returned, it was Bubbles and Autumn Moon's turn. Without exception, Bubbles and Autumn Moon also successfully achieved 100 consecutive victories. However, they did not obtain their freedom. They continued returning to the chamber. In an ancient castle of the desolate race, a group of terrifying experts were discussing matters. I didn't expect that there would be 3 terrifying geniuses among the outsiders. One of them has mastered the law of chaos, one has mastered the law of space and time, and the last one has a king body and is very strong. Perhaps that matter can be completed with the help of these outsiders. I'm afraid that king body won't do. Throughout the generations there have been many king bodies, but none of them have been able to complete it. The other 2 are Elysian children, so they might have a chance. That little girl is too young, and although the laws of spacetime are wondrous, she is not strong enough. I'm afraid she won't succeed. But that young man called Lu Ming has grasped the laws of primal chaos. Perhaps he has a chance. And then let's have that young man fight against those of a higher cultivation level. Let's see how strong he is before we make a decision. The experts of the desolate race were discussing the matter, but Lu Ming was completely unaware of it. At this moment, Lu Ming was a little worried. He and Bubble should be able to win 100 matches in a row, unless their opponents also had Elysian children. If they didn't, they wouldn't have any problems. He was worried about Mid-Autumn Moon. Although Mid-Autumn Moon's combat strength was very strong, the desolate race was a warlike race. They were stronger than outsiders at the same cultivation level. What if the desolate race also had a king body? Mid-Autumn Moon would probably be in danger. Furthermore, Mid-Autumn Moon's cultivation level was at the perfection of the Great Sage realm. Fighting against an absolute sage? The difference between an absolute sage and a great sage was not great. It was a difference of a large realm, not something a small realm could compare to. After a long while, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. It was useless to worry now. He could only take it one step at a time. On the second day, Lu Ming's battle against those of a higher cultivation level began. The cage battle arena was even more crowded. An outsider was about to engage in a battle against those of a higher cultivation level. It caused a huge uproar and attracted countless people to watch. Boom, boom, boom. The ground rumbled. Lu Ming's first battle was against a terrifying beast. It was a 10-meter-tall giant bear. Its body was also covered in scales, and its cultivation level was at the peak of the Great Sage realm. However, Lu Ming still only used one move to send the giant bear flying tens of thousands of meters away. As expected, his combat power is amazing. Even if his cultivation level is higher, he can't withstand a single blow. In the beginning, he's definitely not a match for Lu Ming. If you want to watch later. The geniuses at the peak of the Great Sage realm will appear later. That's when the intense battle will begin. Since Lu Ming could achieve 100 consecutive victories at the same cultivation level, he naturally had the ability to fight against those of a higher cultivation level. An ordinary peak great sage was naturally no match for Lu Ming. If you want to watch the battle between the peak great sage realm prodigies and Lu Ming. That would be worth watching. The crushing continued. Next, Lu Ming continued to crush them in a sweeping manner. 10 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories. Soon, Lu Ming achieved 80 consecutive victories. After 80 consecutive victories, some prodigies appeared. There were people with heavenly spiritual bodies, people with powerful divine powers, and beasts with terrifying bloodlines. However, without exception they were all crushed by Lu Ming. 90 consecutive victories, 95 consecutive victories, 99 consecutive victories, it was unstoppable. In the 100th battle, the desolate race sent out a terrifying beast. This beast's physique was terrifyingly strong, but it was still easily defeated by Lu Ming. 100 consecutive victories in a cross-level battle. The scene was in an uproar. 100 consecutive victories in a cross-level battle were born. And from the looks of it, Lu Ming did it very easily, as if he did not expend much effort. How could he be so strong? The onlookers were shocked. There were not many such experts in the desolate race's long history. It was shocking for an outsider to have such a prodigy. Senior, can I regain my freedom? Lu Ming looked up at the desolate race expert high in the sky. Yes. The desolate race expert nodded. Following that, he changed the topic and said, however, I'll give you a choice. Do you accept it? What choice? Lu Ming asked. I know that the girl named Autumn Moon and the girl named Bubbles are your friends. The choice is that you can give this chance to them. Then they will not need to fight again to regain their freedom. However, you have to carry on with the challenge. The desolate race expert said. Carry on with the challenge? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. That's right. By crossing 2 levels and battling a perfect great sage, if you can cross 2 levels and obtain 100 consecutive victories, you will also regain your freedom. The desolate race expert said. These words caused an uproar in the crowd. Crossing 2 levels and obtaining 100 consecutive victories is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. That's right. This is an impossible matter. No one can do it unless those 2 levels higher are all ordinary figures. In the history of the desolate race, no one has ever done it. And this time it's even more impossible. Don't forget that our desolate race's #1 prodigy is currently at the perfect great sage realm. This person probably won't agree to it, right? To cross 2 levels unless one did not encounter a prodigy, it was nearly impossible to obtain 100 consecutive victories. Chapter 1863. Lu Ming did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Compared to Autumn Moon, he was more confident of winning. Good, you have guts. Haha, now I'll get someone to release your 2 friends. The desolate race expert laughed as he looked at Lu Ming with a look of appreciation. Not long after, Autumn Moon and Bubbles walked out from a large door. Take these 2 tokens. In the future, no one will touch you when you travel around the ancient wilderness region. 2 tokens appeared in the desolate race expert's hand as they flew towards Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Brother Lu Ming, all the best. Beat them, chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her tiny fists and cheered for Lu Ming before climbing onto Autumn Moon's shoulder. Autumn Moon received the tokens and looked at Lu Ming with a complicated look before flying to the spectator stands. Lu Ming, do you want a challenge now or do you need to recover before you fight? The desolate race expert asked. There's no need to recover. Let's fight now. Lu Ming said. If he wanted to fight, he had to end it quickly and obtain 100 consecutive victories in one fell swoop. Good, you have the confidence. Perfect great sage, who wants to give it a try? The desolate race expert looked around the spectator stands. I'll fight him. A figure stood up from the spectator stands and took a step forward. He landed in the middle of the arena and his aura was emitted. His cultivation level was at the perfect great sage realm. This person was very young and he was a few heads taller than Lu Ming. 2 gigantic hammers appeared in his hands that looked like 2 water tanks. Typically, those who entered the prisoner battle arena's 4th test were either fierce beasts or slaves. And those who flew down from the spectator stands were desolate race experts who were here for training. It's Huang Di. I never expected him to go up in the 1st round. Huang Di has a superior heaven astral body. He is a top elite of our race's younger generation. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw this youth. They never expected the 1st round to be the highlight. Alright, then fight to your heart's content. I won't disturb you any further. The desolate race expert stepped into the air and left. Come on, show me what you've got. Show me what you've got. Huang Di swung his 2 hammers and smashed them against each other, making a loud noise. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Lu Ming's combat strength was rarely seen, even among the desolate race. The desolate race were belligerent, so they were naturally delighted to see him. "Then let's see if you have the ability," Lu Ming said. His body glowed as sacred weapons flew out from his acupoints. More than 100 saint weapons hovered around Lu Ming. Sealing a sacred weapon in one's body. What a wondrous ability. It's better not to be just for show. Huang Di grinned and took a step forward. His whole body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards Lu Ming. His two hammers smashed towards Lu Ming like a storm. Back then, Sky Hammer also used a hammer, but its power couldn't be compared to desolate land. As the hammers came crashing down, the sky emitted a terrifying whistling sound. The air was compressed, creating a terrifying wind wave that came crashing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming held a sacred weapon battle sword in his hand. The sacred energy in his body roared as he slashed out. The terrifying chi wave was split into two. Da, da. The battle sword and Huang Di's hammers collided violently, creating a violent wind that swept out in all directions. Huang Di's body trembled violently as his stout body retreated continuously. He retreated more than 10 steps before he found his footing. High-grade heaven spiritual body. The desolate race is indeed an ancient race. They sure have many geniuses. Lu Ming was secretly alarmed. In this short period of time, among the desolate race elites that Lu Ming had encountered, there were 3 people with high-grade heaven spiritual bodies. This was extremely shocking. In the outside world, a high-grade heaven spiritual body was definitely a top elite. It was an existence second only to a king body. If a king body did not appear, no one could compete. But in the desolate race he had encountered one after another. However, he did not know that Huang Di was even more shocked. He was a top elite of the desolate race. Among his peers there were not many who could match him. Now, despite having a cultivation level 2 levels higher, he was still forced into a disadvantageous position by Lu Ming. Powerful again. Huang Di raised his 2 hammers and stomped on the ground. He was like a mountain that came crashing down on Lu Ming. Swish, swish. Lu Ming's battle sword was like the wind as it constantly slashed out, clashing with Huang Di's hammers. Sparks flew as the 2 of them clashed more than 10 times. Every collision made Huang Di retreat a few steps. After more than 10 collisions, Huang Di had already retreated a large distance. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat." Huang Di raised his hammers and turned to run, shouting that he admitted defeat. He realized that Lu Ming's strength completely crushed him. There was no need to continue the battle. Even Huang Di has been defeated. Could this person really be able to surpass 2 levels and obtain 100 consecutive victories? Even Huang Di is no match for him. Not many people in the perfect Great Sage realm can be his match. This combat power is really amazing, many people exclaimed. And on the highest viewing platform, the eyes of a few desolate race experts lit up. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes scanned the surroundings. "I'll do it." Just as Lu Ming's voice faded, a voice followed. Following that, a burly figure soared into the sky and landed in the arena. This was also a youth. His body was even more burly than Huang Di's. Standing there, he was like a mountain. He had a demeanor that said, "Who else but me can do it?" This was an undefeatable belief. "Huang Di, it's Huang Di. Huang Di has already made his move. I thought he was going to leave it until the end? Can the number 1 elite of the younger generation defeat Lu Ming?" Upon seeing this youth, many people even stood up from their seats and shouted in excitement. "The number 1 elite of the desolate race's younger generation?" Lu Ming spoke. There were sounds all around him, so he naturally heard it. "Lu Ming, if you defeat me, there is no need to fight any further. I'll count it as your 100 consecutive victories," Huang Di said. Everyone nodded. Indeed, Huang Di was an invincible existence in the perfect Great Sage realm. If he was not a match, then the battles that followed would be meaningless. Not to mention 100 consecutive victories, he could obtain even more consecutive victories. "Alright, that's exactly what I want," Lu Ming spoke. He also wanted to see how strong the number 1 elite of the desolate race was. Huang Di took a step forward. It was as if an ancient behemoth was walking, causing the ground to tremble. Following that, Huang Di continued to take steps. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. And the aura from his body grew stronger. His muscles bulged and he was filled with explosive power. Finally, Huang Di was not far from Lu Ming. He punched at Lu Ming. He punched with his bare hands, but the resulting tremors were more intense than when Huang Di brandished the gigantic hammer. Lu Ming was fearless. He also threw a punch toward the Desolation power. Lu Ming actually wants to clash head-on with Huang Di? At the same level, no one is Huang Di's match in a head-on clash. Furthermore, Lu Ming's cultivation level is 2 levels lower. He probably does not know how powerful Huang Di is. Chapter 1864. Lu Ming and Huang Li's fists collided with each other. Neither of them was willing to give an inch, and they collided heavily. Dong. There was a dull roar and a terrifying shockwave burst out from where their fists collided. The shockwave spread out in all directions of the spectator stand and crossed 100 miles in an instant. Above the spectator stand, there were experts who set up layers of defense to block the shockwave. Bam! Bam! The two figures trembled and retreated wildly. They stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. Lu Ming and Desolate Li retreated at the same time, which shocked the audience. Lu Ming was not weaker than Desolate Li in a head-on confrontation. What a terrifying power. What a strong power. This is the law of force. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. Desolate Li's spiritual body was a superior heavenly spiritual body. The law that he mastered was the law of force, which was one of the King Dao laws. It was exactly the same as Long Chen's law. Force was the ultimate force. It had boundless strength and could break all laws with force. Coupled with Desolate Li's complete great sage cultivation, his power was shocking. He could blow up a mountain and crack the ground with a single punch. Great again. Desolate Li saw that Lu Ming was a match for him in a head-on confrontation. His battle intent was ignited and his eyes were filled with a fanatical battle intent. He rushed towards Lu Ming and threw out continuous punches like cannonballs at Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and dashed out. He circulated the hell-suppressing heaven skill and punched continuously with both his fists. Lu Ming had never been afraid of anyone in a head-on confrontation. Lu Ming's fists seemed to have the shadow of the suppressing hell monument. It had the power of hundreds of millions of caddies. It suppressed the heavens and was shockingly powerful. Bam! Bam! Both of their fists continued to hit each other. It was direct, brutal and overbearing. There were roars in the heavens and the earth. Some of the weaker cultivators turned pale and almost suffered internal injuries. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows, but there was still no clear winner. To be honest, Desolate Li was very strong. Each of his attacks was like thunder. It was terrifyingly powerful. In a direct confrontation, not many people could directly confront him like this. Lu Ming was also relying on the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the power of the primal chaos law to resist the desolate force. Lu Ming, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. Huang Li roared. All right. Lu Ming replied. The law of primal chaos surged as he abruptly tapped out with a finger. Primal chaos tribulation finger. The terrifying finger force crushed towards Huang Li. Huang Li's face was extremely solemn. He roared and a pair of gloves appeared on his hands. He operated the law of extreme force and punched with all his might. A star seemed to appear on his fist as he punched out. He blasted it toward Lu Ming and collided with the chaos finger of calamity. It was a shocking scene. It was as if a finger of a god had tapped on a star in the starry sky. Then the star exploded and Huang Li's body retreated rapidly. It's time to end this battle, seal. Lu Ming muttered. Following that, dense runes suddenly appeared on Huang Li's body, sealing him. Huang Li's expression changed drastically as he used all his strength to struggle. But at this moment, Lu Ming tapped out with another finger. A huge finger pressed down on Huang Li, sending him flying thousands of meters away as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. And this was after Lu Ming showed mercy. If not, Huang Li would not have just been injured. Haha, impressive. Really impressive. Lu Ming, I've lost. Huang Li was defeated, but he laughed out loud and thought nothing of it. I just have a few more tricks up my sleeves. I might not be able to beat you in a direct confrontation. Thank you for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, A win is a win. In a battle of life and death, who dares to fight me head-on? However, we can fight again in the future. Next time, I will definitely beat you. Huang Li's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. All right, let's fight again when there's a chance. Lu Ming smiled. He realized that these people from the desolate race were not bad. All of them were very straightforward and did not have many schemes. At this moment, the desolate race expert descended from the sky and landed in front of Lu Ming. Since you have jumped 2 levels and defeated Huang Li, then no one in the perfect great sage realm is your match. You're free. A token appeared in the desolate race expert's hand as he threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and his face revealed a look of joy. He was finally free. Then he could search for brute crystals in the ancient wilderness region. Lu Ming, my desolate race's clan elder wants to meet you. At this moment, the Desolate Race expert spoke out once again. The Desolate Race's clan elder wants to meet me? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. I have something I need your help with. The Desolate Race expert nodded. This sentence was said through a voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Senior, since you have invited me, I will definitely meet you. Lu Ming did not hesitate as he nodded in agreement. All right, come with me. Huang Li, you too. The Desolate Race expert flew towards the arena. Lu Ming, Huang Li, as well as Autumn Moon and Bubbles, who were in the stands, followed him. After flying out of the arena, they headed north. How spectacular! Having been here for some time, this was the first time Lu Ming came out of the arena. He sized up his surroundings. This was an ancient giant city. There were various ancient buildings in the city. They were majestic and tall. There was no end in sight. In the city, there was an endless stream of people from the Desolate Race. Not long after, they came to a majestic building and entered a grand hall. In the grand hall, there were a few burly white-haired elders sitting there. These elders did not seem to have any aura. They looked like ordinary elders. Greetings, clan elders. The Desolate Race expert and Huang Li bowed towards the elders. There's no need to stand on ceremony. The elder in the middle raised his hand slightly and looked at Lu Ming. He gave a look of admiration and said, You are Lu Ming? I just heard the news that you defeated Huang Li. Crossing 2 levels to defeat Huang Li, this old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such combat strength. Senior, you flatter me. This junior was just lucky. Lu Ming said humbly. The few elders chuckled and did not comment. Little rascal, our Desolate Race has something that we need your help with. The elder in the middle continued speaking. You need my help? But this junior's strength is weak. Lu Ming was stunned. He never expected that the Desolate Race clan elders would seek his help with something. However, he was only at the Great Sage Realm. There were probably plenty of people in the Desolate Race that were stronger than him. What did they need his help with? The old man smiled and said, Come with me and you'll know. Huang Li, you kids, come with me. With that said, the few elders walked out. The Desolate Force and Desolate Race experts also followed. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before following with Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Soon they came to a secret place. Chapter 1865. Lu Ming, the matter we need your help with is not complicated. You just need to walk from here to an altar and activate it. A Desolate Race tribal elder said. Walk to an altar? Are there any obstacles on this path? Lu Ming asked. The tribal elder nodded and said, These 3 altars were left behind by the Desolate Race's ancestors. Legend has it that they contain the Desolate Race's treasures, and they are related to the rise and fall of the Desolate Race. Unfortunately, for countless years, no one has been able to approach the altars and activate them to obtain the Desolate Race's treasures. On every path there is a terrifying pressure. The stronger one's cultivation level, the stronger the pressure. Hence, only elites can step on it. The tribal elder explained once. So that was the case. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was no wonder the Desolate Race wanted his help. And the previous caged battle was probably a test for him. If not, he would have regained his freedom after obtaining his 100th victory. Tribal elder, I want to try again. At this moment, Huang Li spoke. Alright, go ahead and try. The tribal elder nodded. Huang Li took a step forward and walked towards the ancient path on the leftmost side. Dong. When he stepped onto the ancient bluestone path, the heaven and earth seemed to emit a roar. Huang Li's step was as heavy as a mountain. Huang Li's body trembled slightly before he stood up straight and continued walking forward. Dong. Another roar resounded as the ground trembled slightly. Huang Li seemed to be under immense pressure. His muscles bulged as the might laws covered his body. He was like an invincible god of war as he took a step forward. Dong. Dong. Step by step he took a step forward. Every step he took would emit a roar. Soon Huang Li had taken 100 steps forward. But after 100 steps his speed began to slow down. It was as if the pressure he was facing had increased. However, Huang Li's eyes were filled with determination as he continued walking forward. Not long after, Huang Li took 200 steps. His speed slowed down once again, but he continued walking forward. It was as if every 100 steps he took, the pressure Huang Li faced would increase. Step by step he proceeded forward. Every 100 steps, the speed of the Desolate's power would slow down. After more than an hour, Desolate Force had finally taken 500 steps. When he took the 501st step, his body suddenly shook and his face turned pale. The ancient bluestone road was 1,000 meters long, which was 1,000 steps. Only half of the Desolate's power had been used. Huang Li let out a deep roar. His eyes were unyielding as he continued to move forward. As he took a step forward, his body trembled again. However, he did not fall. Instead, he continued to move forward. Every step he took was very difficult, as if he was carrying the weight of an ancient divine mountain on his back. Not bad, there is an improvement. In the history of the Desolate Race, the number of people who could reach 500 steps can be counted on one hand. The elder nodded his head. He was satisfied with Desolate Force's performance. Let's see how many steps this little guy can take. Another elder said. After that, no one said anything and continued to watch. The speed of the Desolate steps became slower and slower. Sometimes it would take more than 10 minutes to take a step. However, everyone was patient. After 3 days, the Desolate Force had finally reached the 600th step. Not bad. Even in the history of the Desolate Race, few people with king bodies could reach 600 steps. One of the elders exclaimed in admiration. For Desolate Force to be able to reach this step, his future achievements would be extraordinary. After Desolate Force took 600 steps, he stopped. He stood there as if he was meditating to recover. This stop lasted for an entire day. A day later, Desolate Force let out an angry roar and took another step forward, towards the 601st step. However, when he took that step, his body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew out of the ancient bluestone road. An elder stretched out his hand to catch Desolate Force. A surge of energy surged into Desolate Force's body. Desolate Force's pale face regained some vitality. Lu Ming, as you can see, with Desolate Force's strength, he can only take 600 steps. If you can help our race open the altar, then you will be a great benefactor of our race. You will be an honored guest of our race and you will be given the position of an outer race elder. Your status will be second only to our Desolate Race elders. How about it? An elder said. Lu Ming's heart palpitated. If he helped the Desolate Race open the altar, he would be given the position of an outer race elder. His status would be second only to the Desolate Race elders. This power was no trifling matter. And the Desolate Race's strength was unfathomable. If he could obtain the help of the Desolate Race, it would definitely be an extremely powerful backer. Lu Ming secretly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said, Senior, you are being too polite. This junior will definitely do his best. Also, this junior's reason for coming to the ancient savage wilderness region is to search for brute crystals. I wonder if Senior has any news of brute crystals? So you are here to search for brute crystals. Although brute crystals are precious, our race still has quite a number of them. We can give you a few in the future. An elder said with a smile. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Following that, he looked at the ancient bluestone road and said, Then this junior will give it a try. After saying that, Lu Ming took a step forward and walked towards the left ancient bluestone road that Desolate Force had just taken. Dong. When Lu Ming took a step forward, he felt a powerful force pressing down on him. It made his body feel extremely heavy. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. However, although this force was strong, it did not affect Lu Ming much. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked forward quickly. Dong, dong. The ground trembled constantly. In a few breaths' time, Lu Ming had taken 100 steps. What a fast speed. He is indeed a son of chaos. A Desolate Race elder's eyes lit up. This kid is a bit stronger than ordinary Elysian children. Perhaps he really does have a chance. The other elder had a hopeful look on his face. The altar left behind by their ancestors had been sealed for too long. Over the eons they had tried all sorts of methods to open it, but to no avail. Perhaps there was hope now. Their Desolate Race was the strongest faction in the world eons ago. They were at the peak of their power and had countless experts. Eventually, they competed with other powerful factions, resulting in their defeat and the deaths of their experts. Hence, they could only live in seclusion and hide in the ancient savage wilderness region. However, the treasures left behind by their ancestors were not opened by anyone. Even after so many years, the Desolate Race had yet to recover to its peak. The treasures in the 3 altars were their opportunity, so they naturally cared about it. Dong. When Lu Ming took 100 steps, he did not stop at all. He took a step towards the 101st step. When he took that step, Lu Ming felt an even more powerful force pressing down on him. However, Lu Ming's muscles only trembled slightly as he resisted the force and continued forward. Chapter 1866. In about a minute he had taken 300 steps. This speed shocked the few Desolate Race patriarchs as well as Huang Li and company. Following that, they were overjoyed. Maybe Lu Ming could really do it? After 300 steps, Lu Ming's speed finally slowed down. However, compared to Huang Li, he was still much faster. Not long after, Lu Ming reached 400 steps. After 400 steps, his speed slowed down again. Following that, it was 500 steps. After 500 steps, there was still no obstruction to Lu Ming. He took one step at a time, firmly moving forward. When Lu Ming reached his 600th step, the few Desolate Race members were shocked. 600 steps. Previously, Huang Li had stopped at 600 steps. Huang Li was the #1 elite of the Desolate Race. In the history of the Desolate Race, he was one of the few elites. However, Huang Li had used a few days while Lu Ming had only used about an hour. In the history of the Desolate Race, the highest record was 700 steps. Lu Ming stood at the 600th step. After adjusting his breathing slightly, he took another step. Dong. A loud boom resounded as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's body only trembled slightly as he withstood the pressure. Following that, he took a second step, a third step. After withstanding it, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming took one step at a time at a constant speed. This time, Lu Ming took an hour to reach his 700th step. This was already a tie with the Desolate Race's record. Following that, Lu Ming just needed to take another step to break the Desolate Race's record. Lu Ming stopped and spent some time adjusting his breathing to recover. Then he took another step. The 701st step caused the ground to tremble violently. The entire ancient bluestone road began to emit a green glow. Lu Ming's body was shrouded in primal chaos laws as he forcefully withstood the external pressure. What a strong pressure. It's only the 701st step, but the pressure is already so strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that all his muscles and bones were under a terrifying pressure, and they were all groaning. It was as if his body had become 1,000,000 times heavier. In his dantian, the two saint hearts spun rapidly, and majestic saint power filled Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming continued to step forward. However, at this point, Lu Ming's walking speed was greatly reduced. It was much slower than before. The people of the Desolate Race revealed looks of nervousness. Was it already so difficult after 700 steps? Could Lu Ming make it to the end? If even Lu Ming couldn't make it to the end, then they would really be in despair. They did not believe that there was anyone in the world who could be stronger than Lu Ming at the same level of strength. Dong, dong. The rumbling continued. Fortunately, the area was isolated by a formation. Otherwise, the intense rumbling would have shaken the entire ancient city. This time, Lu Ming took a total of 3 hours before he reached the 100th step and landed on the 800th step. There were only 200 steps left before he would walk through the ancient bluestone path. But without a doubt, the last 200 steps were the most difficult. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. Finally, he sat down cross-legged at the 800th step. He took out a large number of ores and began devouring them to recover. Just now, he had expended a large amount of saint power. Everyone waited quietly. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally recovered to his peak state. Then he stood up and took a step forward without any hesitation. Boom. When he took this step, Lu Ming's body violently trembled. He felt a torrential storm of power slamming into his body, as if it was about to shatter his body. What a terrifying pressure. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of shock. All the bones in his body began to emit creaking sounds. He was enduring a terrifying pressure, as if it was about to send Lu Ming flying. How can this pressure stop me? Lu Ming's eyes flashed like lightning. With a low growl, he continued taking steps forward, resisting the terrifying force. After the second step, Lu Ming's body still trembled. As for the hearts of the Desolate Race, they also trembled. It was as if every step Lu Ming took was stepping on their hearts. After Lu Ming took the second step, he paused for a long period of time before taking the third step. At this point, the pressure from the external world was too strong. If it were an ordinary person at the large success stage of the Great Sage realm, their body would probably explode instantly from the pressure, leaving nothing behind. At this point, Lu Ming's speed became very, very slow. Every step he took required him to stop for a long period of time, devouring ores to recover. However, Lu Ming's posture remained straight. His eyes remained firm. Although it was very slow, he was still moving forward. This process lasted for a total of 5 days. 5 days later, Lu Ming stepped onto the 900th step. He was still short of the final 100 steps. Here, Lu Ming continued sitting cross-legged and began recovering. It took him 3 days to recover. 3 days later, Lu Ming stood up. Everyone in the Desolate Race felt their hearts hanging in the air. Could Lu Ming continue moving forward? He wouldn't be blasted down when he reached the 901 step, would he? Boom. Finally, Lu Ming took a step forward. The ground quaked as Lu Ming's body trembled violently. Lu Ming's face suddenly turned snow white. What a terrifying pressure. It's even stronger than the pressure from before. Furthermore, there's a pressure acting on my soul and even a pressure acting on my laws. Lu Ming's mind flashed with thoughts. After the 900th step, the pressure he had to face was omnidirectional. It was too shocking. Lu Ming was nearly sent flying, but he managed to grit his teeth and withstand it. He withstood it. The desolate race and company were overjoyed. On this ancient azure stone path, every 100 steps was a threshold. The pressure would rise to a whole new level. Hence, the first step of every 100 steps was the most difficult. Once one failed to withstand it, they would be sent flying. And once they withstood the first step, it meant that they could withstand that level of pressure. Then they could continue moving forward. Lu Ming had withstood the 9,001st step, which meant that there was a high chance of him walking the ancient azure stone path. How could they not be happy? However, since ancient times, no one had been able to walk past the 900th step. They also did not know what the situation would be like after the 900th step. Hence, they were still extremely nervous, afraid that there would be an unforeseen event. After taking this step, Lu Ming stopped there. After a long while, he took another step. After taking the second step, Lu Ming's body continued to tremble, but he managed to withstand it. He stopped there to meditate. After a period of time, Lu Ming took a third step. As such, Lu Ming took a step every once in a while. When Lu Ming reached the 950th step, he suddenly sat down cross-legged and took out a large number of oars. What's going on? He's about to break through. A tribal elder exclaimed. Chapter 1867. Lu Ming's cultivation level was already nearing the peak of the Great Sage Realm. And this ancient road gave Lu Ming immense pressure. Under the immense pressure, it forced out Lu Ming's potential, allowing him to break through his shackles and enter the peak of the Great Sage Realm. Lu Ming began devouring large amounts of ores to stabilize his cultivation level. 2 days later, Lu Ming completed his breakthrough and continued forward. The pressure has become stronger, Lu Ming muttered. With his cultivation level breaking through, the pressure from the outside world had indeed become stronger. This ancient road would change the pressure according to the warrior's cultivation level. Only those with strength that far exceeded those at the same level could step onto it. The pressure had become stronger, but Lu Ming's cultivation level had also increased. The pressure he faced was no different from before. Lu Ming continued forward. This was a long process. From the 900th step to the 1000th step, Lu Ming's breakthrough took half a month. Dong. When Lu Ming stepped onto the 1000th step, the desolate race patriarch Huang Li and company revealed looks of ecstasy. He had finally stepped onto the 1000th step. How many years had it been? Finally, someone had traversed this ancient bluestone road. The treasure of their desolate race ancestor was about to appear. The pressure has disappeared. When Lu Ming stepped onto the 1000th step, the pressure from the outside world instantly disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming felt refreshed and extremely comfortable. My chaos laws have broken through a little. The chaos tribulation finger should have reached 61% mastery. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This trip had not been in vain. Following that, Lu Ming continued walking and came in front of the altar. Lu Ming, as long as you turn the altar, you will be able to open the ancestors' treasure. A patriarch reminded him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming nodded. He grabbed the two sides of the altar and turned it forcefully. Ka-cha. The altar emitted a ka-cha sound. Following that, infinite light emitted from the altar. Following that, the light gathered, forming a circular halo. A sparkling stone flew out from the halo. Could it be a power condensation stone? One of the elders looked at the stone flying out of the circle of light. His body trembled slightly as he revealed an extremely excited expression. The other elders, Huang Li and the others, were also extremely excited. After the light circle flew out of the stone, it collapsed and disappeared. Power condensation stone? Lu Ming was curious. He held the stone in his hand. He didn't feel any weight, but he could feel a strange energy acting on his body. After that, Lu Ming returned along the ancient bluestone road. However, this time the ancient bluestone road did not exert any pressure on him. Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived beside Huang Li and the others. Senior here. Lu Ming handed the power condensation stone to an elder. The elder excitedly took it and carefully examined it. His old body was trembling from excitement. Power condensation stone, it really is the legendary power condensation stone. With the blessing of our ancestors, our tribe has finally found the power condensation stone. The desolate race elder held the power condensation stone in his hand and was extremely excited. The other elders were not much different. What use does this power condensation stone have to make these desolate race elders, who have lived for God knows how long, so excited? Lu Ming was extremely curious. Lu Ming, you still do not know the significance of the power condensation stone to our desolate race. This is a supreme treasure that can allow our desolate race to rise up. However, in the hands of others, it is useless, Huang Li said as he explained the use of the power condensation stone. The desolate race was an ancient race. They had special physiques. Every person's physique was extremely strong and they had immense strength. And what the desolate race cultivated was related to strength. All sorts of martial techniques, mystic techniques, divine powers, etc. They were all related to strength. The concepts and laws they understood were all related to strength. A large number of people understood the laws of strength. As for the desolate race, if they were exposed to the power condensation stone's illumination from a young age, they would be able to improve their physique. Their physique would be stronger and their strength would be stronger. They would be able to better grasp the laws of strength, and they would even be able to easily control the laws of strength. The laws of strength were the laws of kings. If the desolate race were to produce a group of elites who could control the laws of strength, how terrifying would that be? After Lu Ming heard this, he was extremely shocked. It was no wonder the desolate race elders were so excited. This was a treasure that could really allow the desolate race to rise up. Lu Ming, our desolate race will never forget your kindness. A few of the desolate race elders bowed towards Lu Ming. Senior, please don't. Lu Ming hurriedly retreated. These desolate race elders had lived for an unknown number of years. Their cultivation levels were unfathomable, so he did not dare accept it. Following that, Lu Ming diverted the topic and said, Senior, the other two sacrificial altars. Lu Ming's gaze looked towards the other two ancient azure stone paths. Those two sacrificial altars cannot be opened yet. The second ancient azure stone path requires one to be at least at the martial emperor realm to enter. The third path probably requires an even higher cultivation level to enter. A desolate race elder explained. It requires one to be at least at the martial emperor realm to enter? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming, I hope that when your cultivation level is high in the future, you can help our desolate race a few more times. A desolate race elder said very politely. Since Lu Ming could pass the first ancient path, he could pass the second and third paths. It was just that his cultivation level was not high enough. They naturally wanted to build a good relationship with Lu Ming. Definitely. Lu Ming nodded. This was beneficial to both parties. It was a win-win situation. The desolate race needed Lu Ming's help, and if Lu Ming needed it in the future, he would similarly need the desolate race's help. To Lu Ming there was nothing to lose, so why wouldn't he agree? Following that, they left and returned to the desolate race's meeting hall. A desolate race elder immediately took a few brute crystals and handed them to Lu Ming. With the brute crystals in hand, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. On the second day, the desolate race held a huge banquet to celebrate. At the same time at the banquet, the desolate race conferred Lu Ming the title of an external race elder. His position was second only to the desolate race's patriarch, and he had great power. And the entire desolate race knew that Lu Ming had passed the ancient azure stone path and helped the desolate race obtain the energy condensation stones. Naturally, no one objected, and they all supported Lu Ming wholeheartedly. 3 days later, Lu Ming bade farewell to the desolate race's elders. He had been in the ancient savage wilderness region for several months. He had obtained the brute crystals, so it was time to leave. Calculating the time, the celestial city's Yuan Shan Sacred Institute had been in session for 2 months. Lu Ming, my race has chosen a few elites. We plan on going out with you for training, how about it? In the desolate race's meeting hall, an elder said this. That's right. From what you said, there are many elites in the outside world and king bodies are competing for supremacy. Letting them go out for training will allow them to go further. If they stay in the ancient savage wilderness region all day, they will really think they are invincible. Another external race elder said. This made Huang Li, who was beside him, blush. Before meeting Lu Ming, Huang Li was indeed very arrogant. He felt that he was the leader of the younger generation and was invincible. But ever since his battle with Lu Ming, he had completely lost his temper. Alright, but there will probably be danger outside. Lu Ming said. Only with danger can you go further. Chapter 1868. Not long after, the desolate race selected 9 young elites. They planned on following Lu Ming to adventure and gain experience. Desolate Force and Desolate Land were among them. Among the 9 people, there were as many as 5 people whose spiritual bodies had reached the superior heavenly spiritual body. The other 4 people's spiritual bodies were the intermediate heavenly spiritual body. Each of them was very powerful, and their cultivation was at the Great Sage Peak or Great Sage Perfection. Lu Ming, how many people in the outside world know about the entrance to the ancient desolate sacred domain? At this moment a tribe elder asked. Probably not many, at most a few people. Lu Ming recounted Ha Zheng's matter. The desolate race has not fully emerged, so these people cannot be left alive. A tribe elder's eyes flashed. Lu Ming and I will go out and get rid of them. A middle-aged man said. He was the desolate race expert who had brought Lu Ming to meet the desolate race tribe elders in the cage battle arena. His cultivation level was at the martial emperor realm, and his name was Huang Su. All right, go ahead. The tribe elders nodded. The desolate race's exit was naturally not limited to the one that Lu Ming and company had entered previously. There were other exits, but this time they still planned on exiting through that same exit. Everyone rose into the air and soon after they arrived at the exit. The desolate race expert opened the exit, and a whirlpool appeared in the sky. Everyone rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming realized that they had appeared above the lake they had entered previously. Sweeping his gaze, there was no one around. Senior Huang Su, why don't you enter my mountain river diagram for the time being? I will secretly head to Desolate City, so as to not alert the enemy and scare Ha Zheng and company away. Lu Ming suggested. The desolate race people were too burly, so they would definitely attract attention when walking on the streets. As for Ha Zheng, he had entered the ancient desolate sacred domain before. If they swaggered into Desolate City, they might alert Ha Zheng, causing him to escape early. Huang Su and company nodded. Lu Ming kept Huang Su, Desolate Force and company into the mountain river diagram. Only Lu Ming, Autumn Moon and Bubbles headed for Desolation City. When Lu Ming and the others entered Desolate City again, they felt that the atmosphere was completely different from the last time. Now the atmosphere of the entire barren city seemed to be very depressing. The streets were also desolate. Many shops were closed and the restaurants were deserted. Boom. When Lu Ming's group passed by a majestic mansion, a rumbling sound came from within. A figure broke through the wall and flew out of the mansion, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. This was a white-haired old man. He was very old and the wrinkles on his face were piled up like a mountain. This reminded Lu Ming of Uncle Kong. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, several figures rushed out of the mansion. One of them was a middle-aged man who stepped on the old man's face, causing his head to slam heavily into the ground. Grandpa Sure, a delicate cry rang out. It was only then that Lu Ming realized that the other burly man was holding onto a young and beautiful lady. Miss, let her go. Otherwise, when the master and the others return, they won't let you go. The old man ignored his injuries and struggled to get up. He wanted to help the young woman, but the woman was kicked away by the middle-aged man. Your master still wants to come back? He should have died in the ancient desolate region. So what if he comes back? Do you think my Ha family is afraid of your Huang family? The middle-aged man sneered. He looked coldly at the old man and said, Old man, let me send you on your way. After saying that, a battle saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at the old man. However, the saber did not hit the old man because a force flew out from the side and knocked his battle saber away. Who is it? The middle-aged man shouted. His eyes were like lightning as they fell on Lu Ming. Brat, was it you? The middle-aged man said coldly. Looks like you're not blind. Lu Ming smiled. Brat, you're courting death. How dare you meddle in my Ha family's affairs? You're courting death. The middle-aged man walked towards Lu Ming. When he glanced at Autumn Moon, a look of surprise flashed across his face. He said, This woman is not bad. Take her and give her to the young master. I'm sure he'll reward you handsomely. He did not know Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Although Lu Ming had caused quite a commotion in the desolate city, not many people had seen Lu Ming and the others. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's saber was like lightning as it slashed at Lu Ming. However, in the next moment he felt a chill on his neck. Then he saw a headless corpse holding a battle saber running forward a few steps before falling to the ground. That was clearly his body. Then he felt his vision turn black and lost consciousness. After Lu Ming killed the middle-aged man, his body flickered a few times. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying force attacked the remaining Ha family members. These people did not have the slightest strength to resist and were directly killed by Lu Ming. Only one of them survived because Lu Ming deliberately left him alive. However, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. His body trembled as he collapsed on the ground. A stench came from his crotch. He was so frightened that he wet his pants. "Grandpa, sure, are you all right?" The young woman quickly ran to the old man and asked with concern. "Miss, I'm fine." The old man shook his head. Then, with the support of the young woman, he walked to Lu Ming and bowed. "This old man thanks young master for saving my life." "There's no need to thank me. I happen to have some conflicts with the Ha family." "Senior, what happened in the desolate city? Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Lu Ming asked. "Sai, it's because of the ancient savage desolate region." The old man immediately gave a simple account of what had happened in the desolate city during this period. It turned out that the experts of the 6 strongest factions in the desolate city had followed Ha Zheng to the ancient savage desolate region. However, only Ha Zheng and Hamodi had returned. The experts of the other 6 factions had not returned. As a result, the situation in the desolate city had completely changed. The Ha family was now the strongest. In the past, although Ha Zheng was the #1 expert in the desolate city with a quasi-emperor cultivation, the other 6 factions could still contend with the Ha family if they joined forces. However, no one could contend with the Ha family now. Not long ago, the Ha family had started to sweep through all the factions in the desolate city. Anyone who resisted was killed without mercy. The Ha family had wiped out the other 6 factions. The old man and the young woman belonged to the Huang family of the 6 factions. The young woman was also the daughter of the Huang family. Hamodi was lustful by nature and wanted to take the daughter of the Huang family as his concubine. That was why the scene today had happened. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Almost all the people of the other factions had died in the cage battle arena of the ancient savage desolate region. It was not strange for such a scene to occur in the desolate city. "Young master, you should leave quickly. Leave the desolate city. You killed the people of the Ha family. They will not let you off." The old man advised kindly. "Leave? I don't want to leave. You quickly go back and report this." With that, Lu Ming looked at the only person of the Ha family who had not died. Ah. Chapter 1869. The old man and the young lady of the Huang clan were also stunned, their faces pale. The head of the Ha clan, Ha Zheng, was a quasi-emperor expert. They did not believe that Lu Ming and the rest could fight against a quasi-emperor at such a young age. "Young master, don't be careless. That Ha Zheng is..." The old man was worried and wanted to persuade Lu Ming. "It's fine." Lu Ming waved his hand and then looked at the Ha clan member. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to die?" The Ha clan member was so frightened that his face turned pale. He ran back to the Ha clan and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old man and the young lady of the Huang clan were also pale and anxious. "Senior, if you have something to do, you can leave first," Lu Ming said with a smile. Then young master, take care." The old man did not dare to stay here. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and then quickly left with the young lady of the Huang clan, heading out of the desolate city. Lu Ming and the rest waited quietly here. Who are they? After killing the Ha clan's people, they actually didn't leave and dared to wait here? How bold. This is called a newborn calf not fearing a tiger. They want to be heroes, but they don't know how terrifying the Ha clan is. When the experts of the Ha clan arrive, they will regret it. Many people in the surroundings had seen the scene just now. At this time they were watching from afar and discussing in low voices. At this time, in a courtyard of the Ha clan, Hamodi was naked and lying on top of 2 young and beautiful women. Although the 2 women looked humiliated, they still served Hamodi wholeheartedly. Hamodi felt so good that it could overturn the sky. These 2 young women were the young ladies of other major factions. In the past he could only look at them and it was not so easy to get his hands on them. But now they served him wholeheartedly and allowed him to play with them. Hamodi was incomparably excited as his palm touched the smooth skin. A certain part of his body trembled and spurted out, causing Hamodi to let out a beast-like roar. He suddenly thought of Lu Ming and felt that he should thank Lu Ming. If it weren't for Lu Ming, how could the experts of the other forces enter the ancient desolate sacred realm and never return? Desolate City would become the Ha clan's sole power. When had he ever had such a good time? He had decided to toy with all the beauties in Desolate City. Just as his imagination was running wild, a loud shout came from outside the courtyard. Young master, bad news." Hamodi's face instantly darkened. He had already instructed them not to disturb him when he was working. Now that the shouting outside had completely ruined his mood, it made him very unhappy. After putting on his clothes, Hamodi walked out of the courtyard with a gloomy expression. The middle-aged man who had been released by Lu Ming was anxiously standing outside the courtyard. "What is it? Why are you so flustered?" Hamodi asked with a dark expression. "Young master, You asked us to capture the young lady of the Huang family, but someone meddled in our business and saved her. Even killed the others. Young master, you must avenge them. Who is so daring to kill a member of my Ha clan? Cold killing intent flashed in Hamidi's eyes. Now that the Ha clan dominated Desolate City, no one dared to go against them. Yet someone dared to kill a member of the Ha clan. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. It's a young man and a young woman with a little girl. The middle-aged man described the appearance of Lu Ming and the others. What? It's them? How is that possible? Hamidi's pupils shrank as he cried out in disbelief. Upon hearing that, he knew that it was Lu Ming, Qiuyu and Bubbles. But didn't Lu Ming and the others enter the ancient desolate realm with them? Why did they come out? Could it be that Lu Ming and the others had followed Ha Zheng out of the ancient desolate realm? Hamidi felt that it was very likely. Back then, Lu Ming and the others had not been very far from the exit of the ancient desolate realm. It was very likely that after they had escaped, Lu Ming and the others had also escaped. Their luck is pretty good, but since they have escaped, they should find a place to hide. How dare they meddle in the affairs of my Ha clan? They are courting death. The killing intent in Hamidi's eyes intensified. Back then he had been taught a miserable lesson by Lu Ming. Later, Lu Ming had captured him and used him to threaten his father. He had lost all faith, so how could he not take revenge? He had thought that Lu Ming and the others had died in the ancient desolate realm. But he had not expected that Lu Ming and the others were still alive and had dared to come out and ruin his plans. Weren't they courting death? Young master, should we report this to the patriarch? The middle-aged man asked. No need. Father was injured back then and has only recovered recently. There is no need to alarm him over such a small matter. I will go and find a few elders. That will be enough. With that, Hamodi stepped forward. Lu Ming and the others were still outside the Huang clan residence. In the distance, more and more onlookers were gathering. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He looked forward and muttered, "They're here." Whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of light tore through the sky and flew over at shocking speed. In the next moment, the streaks of light faded, revealing 5 or 6 figures. The person in the lead was Hamidi. Beside him were several elders, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. 2 peak utmost saints and 3 peak utmost saints. What a terrifying lineup. Hamidi actually sent out such a powerful lineup. Who are that young man and woman? Someone exclaimed in the distance. Peak utmost saints and peak utmost saints were definitely peak existences in the desolate city. But now, so many of them had been sent out just for a young man and woman. Haha, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Kid, I will make you suffer today. When Hamodi saw Lu Ming, he burst into laughter. There was a cold glint in his eyes, especially when he looked at Qiuyu. Of course he didn't dare to be careless. He followed closely behind a peak utmost saint. He would never forget how Lu Ming and the others had strangely captured him in front of Hamidi. Haha, is that so? Do you know why I'm here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, are you waiting for me? Hamidi asked. You have some brains. Not bad. I'm waiting for you to kill you. Lu Ming said. Haha, kill me? Kid, you have some battle strength, but I came prepared this time. Let's see how you can kill me. Go, cripple them for me. With that last sentence, Hamodi gave an order to the elders. Kill. Kill. The elders emitted cold murderous intent. A total of 4 elders stepped forward. One of them was a perfected absolute saint while the other 3 were peak absolute saints. This lineup was more than enough to kill Lu Ming and the rest. The 4 experts' terrifying aura suppressed Lu Ming and the others. They sealed off the area, afraid that Lu Ming and the others would escape. Chapter 1870. Looking at the calm expressions of Lu Ming and the others, Hamodi suddenly had a bad feeling. No, they might be able to kill an absolute saint in the greater success stage, but they're no match for a peak absolute saint. Plus, there's a peak absolute saint as well. Hamodi shook his head and threw the bad feeling out of his mind. That young man and woman are doomed. The Ha family is powerful and dominates the barren city. How dare that young man and woman provoke the Ha family? That woman is doomed. She's so pretty, but she's going to be ruined by Hamodi. Many people sighed in the distance. During this period of time, the Ha family had been domineering and overbearing, dominating the desolate city. Many people had suffered. However, no one dared to voice out their anger. At this moment, they only stood far away and discussed softly. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella shone and a picture flew out. It was the mountain river picture. A tall and burly figure stepped out of the mountain river picture. Seeing this figure, Hamodi's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with fear as he shouted, "Oh no, retreat! It was Huang Su who had come out of the mountain river picture. Hamodi had entered the ancient barren city and met the desolate race. He immediately recognized that Huang Su was the one who had attacked them. But it was too late. Boom. Boom. Huang Su punched out a few times. Terrifying fist strength tore through the air as if it could crush everything. The terrifying might made the three top absolute saints and the one in the absolute saint realm of the absolute saint realm of the absolute saint realm turn pale. But they couldn't escape from a martial emperor. The fist light tore through the void and crushed through. The four experts didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded. Under the destructive power, they turned into ashes. Hamodi was almost scared to death. Run. Run. Hamodi yelled as if he had gone mad. He told the other absolute saint of the peak to take him and run away. However, a huge hand reached out from the ruins and grabbed at the air. A huge palm appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Hamodi and the saint expert. Terrifying energy surged into them, and their cultivations were both crippled. Hamodi screamed miserably. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbfounded. They simply could not believe what they were seeing. Two absolute saints at the peak of the absolute saint realm and three absolute saints at the peak of the absolute saint realm. This was a powerful force, but Huang Su had crushed them like ants. Martial Emperor, this is a martial emperor. Who are those young men and women? He actually has a martial emperor backing him. He must be a genius from a powerful faction outside of Desolate City. No wonder he is so calm. It turns out that he has a martial emperor with him. The eyes of even more people lit up. Would the appearance of a martial emperor change the current situation of Desolate City? Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Hamodi. His saint power was like a saber. With a slash, he killed the perfected absolute saint. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Hamodi almost peed in his pants as he let out a shrill scream. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lu Ming lifted Hamodi by the neck and said, let's go to the Ha clan. After saying that, he walked towards the Ha clan. Mid-autumn moon, desolate ruins. We're going to the Ha clan. There's going to be a good show. I wonder if the martial emperor will attack the Ha clan. Let's go and take a look. The people in the distance were looking forward to it, hoping that the martial emperor would attack the Ha clan. If he could destroy the Ha clan, the situation of Desolate City would change again. This place was not far from the Ha clan. Soon they arrived in front of the Ha clan's residence. Ha Jing, come out and die. Lu Ming shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Ha clan's residence. Who's here to die? A loud roar came from the Ha clan's residence. Then a terrifying aura burst out. A ray of light flashed and Ha Jing appeared in the air. Kid, it's you? Hamodi. Ha Jing looked around and saw Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Then he saw Hamodi in Lu Ming's hand. Kid, let go of Hamodi. Otherwise I'll tear you to pieces, Ha Jing shouted. But halfway through he stopped abruptly. It was as if something was stuck in his throat. His eyes stared behind Lu Ming and at Huang Su. He had not noticed Huang Su earlier. Now that he saw Huang Su, his eyes were filled with fear. Swoosh. The next moment Ha Jing turned around and fled. How could he still care about Hamodi? Trying to run away in front of me? Huang Su's cold voice sounded. Then he took a step forward. Then a huge foot formed above the Ha clan's residence. It was like the foot of a deity covering the entire Ha clan. Under the huge foot, Ha Jing was like a small boat in a storm that could be destroyed at any time. He roared. The river of law surrounded his body. He erupted with all his strength, wanting to break out of the area covered by the huge foot. But it was all in vain. The huge foot stomped down. Ha Jing screamed in pain. His body was torn apart and turned into ashes, dissipating between heaven and earth. A quasi-emperor died just like that. A martial emperor was too strong. Those below the martial emperor realm were like ants in front of a martial emperor. They could not contend at all. It was the same even for a quasi-emperor. After killing Ha Jing, the huge foot did not stop and continued to stomp down. Beams of light rushed out from the Ha clan's residence, wanting to escape. But under the huge foot, all of this was just wishful thinking. One figure after another exploded in the air, dying on the spot. Boom. The huge foot stepped into the Ha clan's residence. The vast residence exploded and turned into ashes. The entire Ha clan was wiped out from the world. Alright, this way no one will know the entrance to the ancient wilderness region. Huang Su smiled. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A trace of reluctance flashed in Autumn Moon's eyes. With one move, the entire Ha clan was wiped out. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Originally, he thought that Huang Su would only kill some of the Ha clan's higher-ups. He did not expect Huang Su to be more direct and wipe out the entire Ha clan with one move. Then Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The martial world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was very cruel. There might be many innocent people in this world, but in Huang Su's eyes, why would he care? Perhaps in his eyes ordinary people were like ants. If not for his talent, which had gained the attention of the desolate race and helped them greatly, he might also be an ant in Huang Su's eyes. In such a world, Lu Ming had to constantly become stronger so that he would not be treated like an ant by others and easily wiped out. Let's go. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and turned to leave. On this day the overlord of the desolate city, the Ha clan, was wiped out. Their entire family was wiped out. On this day, it was rumored that Ha Modi had offended a peerless elite that he should not have offended. This person brought a martial emperor and wiped out the Ha clan. Chapter 1871. Everything in Desolate City had nothing to do with Lu Ming anymore. Half a month later, Lu Ming and the rest returned to the ancient Moon Holy Land, Great Development Pill Palace. Huang Su did not go with them. After Huang Su destroyed the Ha family, he returned to the ancient sacred region. Lu Ming brought Huang Li and the rest to the Great Development Pill Palace. After returning to the Great Development Pill Palace, Lu Ming immediately made a trip to the Phoenix Palace. Sure enough, he found out that the Origin Mountain Holy Court in Celestial City had been held 2.5 months ago. Almost all the famous geniuses in the ancient Moon Holy Land had rushed to Celestial City. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest naturally also went to Celestial City. Without the competition of the younger generation of geniuses, the ancient Moon Holy Land suddenly quieted down. But one could imagine how lively and intense Celestial City would be. Lu Ming also planned to go to the Origin Mountain Holy Court in Celestial City. When Huang Li and the rest knew that the geniuses of the Origin Mountain Holy Court were gathering, they all revealed a strong fighting spirit and were extremely excited. The main purpose of them following Lu Ming out was to gain experience and clash with other geniuses to improve themselves. Moreover, the desolate race loved to fight. With so many geniuses gathering, they were naturally excited. Lu Ming and the rest did not delay. On the third day after returning to the Great Development Pill Palace, they went to the Phoenix Palace and took the Phoenix Palace's teleportation array to Celestial City. As for Ouyang Moli, Lu Ming let him continue to stay in the Great Development Pill Palace and cultivate with Uncle Kong. And after this period of cultivation, Xuaningxin's cultivation had also broken through to the Bright Sage realm. Lu Ming brought Xuaningxin to Celestial City. Celestial City was located in the central region of the Origin Mountain Land. It was the head of the Origin Mountain 9 Great Holy Lands. Legend had it that it was built by an invincible celestial emperor powerhouse. The cultivation conditions were unique. But that celestial emperor powerhouse was said to have fallen a long time ago. Later on, Celestial City was occupied by many powerful forces and developed into an incomparably powerful force. In the 8 directions of Celestial City, there were 8 citadels. If the forces in the other regions of the Origin Mountain Land wanted to reach Celestial City, they could only teleport to one of the 8 citadels. Lu Ming and the rest teleported to the southernmost citadel, then flew towards the Celestial City. Even from afar they could see a vast and boundless city ahead. It was filled with a majestic aura. When they approached the Celestial City, they could feel a terrifying pressure permeating the air. It was as if there was a supreme existence residing in the Celestial City. When they walked into Celestial City, what entered their eyes were all ancient buildings. It was unknown how long they had been preserved for. They asked someone to inquire about the location of Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. Currently, there was no one in Celestial City who didn't know about the Primordial Mountain Holy Courtyard. It was jointly created by several great emperors. Geniuses gathered in the entire Yuan Mountain, attracting the attention of countless people. They easily found out the location of Yuanshan Holy Courtyard and headed towards it. The Celestial City was incomparably majestic and vast. It was just a city, but its surface area was much larger than the ancient Moon Holy Ground. They spent a lot of time to find Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. On the tall and majestic gate, there were 4 words written on it: Origin Mountain Holy Court. Stop, what are you doing here? A middle-aged man blocked Lu Ming and the rest's path. Senior, we are here to join the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. Lu Ming cupped his fists and told the middle-aged man the purpose of his visit. You're only here to join the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard now? The Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard has been held for more than 2 months. Don't you know? The middle-aged man's face sank and said, Senior, we were delayed because we had something important to do. As soon as the matter was done, we rushed over. Please make an exception. Lu Ming said politely. It's not impossible to make an exception. The great emperor has ordered that those who come late can also enter the holy courtyard, but the requirements are higher. Show me your cultivation and let me see. The middle-aged man said. All right. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. Then one by one their aura spread out. Great Sage Realm what? So many Great Sage Realm? When the middle-aged man sensed it, his face suddenly changed. Lu Ming's group of more than a dozen people were almost all Great Sage Realm cultivators, and all of them were above the peak of the Great Sage Realm. Only Xuaningxin was a bright Sage Realm cultivator. Especially Huang Li and the others, each of them was burly, and the shortest one was more than 2 meters tall. Which force did they come from? After taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man calmed down and said, I am a teacher of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. Let me tell you, the minimum requirement to join the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard is to reach the Bright Sage Realm, and your spiritual body must also be a heavenly spiritual body. So, I will also check your spiritual bodies. Come with me. After saying that, the middle-aged man went inside the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, and Lu Ming and the rest followed. When they walked into the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, at a glance, there were magnificent divine mountains in the depths of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, towering into the clouds. On the divine mountains there were various buildings and palaces built. And some flat lands there were also various buildings built. Although every inch of land in Celestial City was expensive, and it was impossible for ordinary forces to live in it, the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard was jointly built by several great emperors. Naturally, it occupied a vast territory and no one dared to say a word. Soon they came to a hall. In the center of the hall there was a crystal-like stone tablet. This crystal tablet was refined by the great emperors. It can detect the spiritual body's level. One by one, walk into the crystal tablet, and I will have a way to know your spiritual body's level. The middle-aged man said. Let me go first. Huang Li left the ancient sacred realm for the first time, and he was very curious about everything. He was the first to step forward and walked in front of the crystal tablet. The crystal tablet immediately emitted a light, enveloping Huang Li. Then the crystal tablet emitted a strange light. High-grade heavenly spiritual body. The middle-aged man was a little surprised, and then a book appeared in his hand and said, What is your name? I need to register your information. Huang Li. Huang Li reported his name, age, etc. Well, you can enter the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard next. After the middle-aged man filled in the information, he looked at the others. Huang Li retreated and Huang Di went forward. Another high-grade heavenly spiritual body. The middle-aged man stared. Although he had seen countless elites in this period of time, those with a high-grade heavenly spiritual body were few and far between. He never expected that there would be 2 of them today. After he registered Huang Di's information, another youth from the desolate race came forward. It's still a high-grade heavenly spiritual body. The middle-aged man drew a cold gasp. 2 high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies to appear consecutively, and at the same time, this was incredible. However, his surprise did not end there. Following that, his surprise turned into shock. Among the 9 desolate race elites, 5 had high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies, and 4 had middle-grade heavenly spiritual bodies. As for Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, they had high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies. When Bubble went up for the test, it showed that she had a high-grade heavenly spiritual body. This left the middle-aged man dumbfounded, and his heart was in turmoil. Who were these people? There were so many high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies. Were there any king bodies among them? Chapter 1872. Finally, when it was Xuaningxin's turn, he let out a sigh of relief. Low-grade heaven spiritual body. Xuaningxin's original spirit body was not a heaven spirit body. However, before Lu Ming went to the ancient sun sacred land, he had refined Xuaningxin's spirit body with the Great Expansion Cauldron, allowing Xuaningxin's spirit body to reach a low-grade heaven spirit body. Well, the test is over. You can all join the Origin Mountain Holy Court. Wait for me here. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Not long after he returned. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen jade tokens appeared in the air and flew to Lu Ming and the others. This is your identity token. Take it, it means that you are a member of the Origin Mountain Holy Court. Also, the Origin Mountain Holy Court is very big and spacious, so you can choose your residence at will. Those mountains you saw before, as long as no one lives there, you can choose them. The middle-aged man said. Thank you, teacher. Lu Ming and the others took it and thanked him with cupped fists. Well, there is one more thing. I want to remind you that the Origin Mountain Holy Court does not forbid fighting, killing, or crippling the other party's cultivation. Everything else is up to you. The middle-aged man warned. Lu Ming and the others nodded. The geniuses who joined the Origin Mountain Holy Court were the top geniuses from all over the world. The weakest of them was a heaven spiritual body with the potential to become an emperor. If fighting was not allowed, with so many geniuses fighting, they would suffer heavy losses. However, fighting was not allowed. This could motivate the geniuses and put pressure on them, forcing them to continue to improve. Well, you can go now. The middle-aged man waved his hand and Lu Ming and the others left. Then Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade token and sent a voice transmission to Long Chen and Huang Ling. Soon a few figures flashed over. It was Huang Ling and Long Chen. There were also a few familiar faces, Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfang of the Thunder God sect. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. Several people greeted Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Who are they? Huang Ling smiled and looked at Huang Li and the others with a surprised look. Where do you live? Let's talk while we walk. Lu Ming said. Some of our acquaintances live on a mountain peak. I'll take you there. Huang Ling said. After that, the group of them headed towards the depths of the Yuanshan Sacred Academy. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. On this mountain peak there were many courtyards. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, several figures flew out. These people were all geniuses from the Phoenix Palace, the Divine Elephant sect and Mu Qingxue's sect. They were all on good terms with each other and lived on the same mountain peak. Everyone greeted Lu Ming and the others. Then they landed in a courtyard. Lu Ming introduced Huang Li and the others. Of course, Lu Ming did not mention that Huang Li and company were members of the Desolate Race. After all, the Desolate Race had yet to appear. You also control the law of force? Huang Li looked at Long Chen. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. The law of strength erupted from his body and he was filled with terrifying power. A powerful aura exploded from Long Chen's body as he stared at the power of desolation. He activated the power of desolation law and revealed his fighting spirit. It's a pity that your cultivation is still a little lacking. Once you break through to the great sage perfection, let's have a good fight. Huang Li licked his lips. His fighting spirit was even stronger. That's what I want. Long Chen's eyes were filled with a blazing light. The law of kings was the top law between heaven and earth. In ordinary times the king physique was extremely rare. Only in the current golden age would there be a situation where the king physique contended for supremacy. However, for the same king physique to appear in the same era or even more was even rarer. It was rare since ancient times. Long Chen and Huang Li both controlled the law of force. When they met, there was no reason for them not to fight. Moreover, when the two of them fought with the same king physique, it was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. This big guy is also a king physique. The other geniuses from the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect looked at Huang Li in shock. Long Chen and Huang Li looked at each other and then retracted their aura. Everyone chatted for a while. Lu Ming mainly asked about the situation of the Sacred Academy of Yuanshan. The geniuses of the Sacred Academy of Yuanshan are beyond our imagination. Not only are there geniuses from the 9 great holy lands, but there are also geniuses from many emperor-class factions. Even those ancient races that have been living in seclusion have appeared and joined the Sacred Academy of Yuanshan. Wang Ling said. Ancient races? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and thought of the Desolate Race. Those ancient races are called the Ancient Races. They are forces that have been around for countless years. They have existed since ancient times. Many of them are not in the 9 great holy lands. Instead, they live in their own small worlds. Their heritage is extremely deep. No one knows how strong they are. This time, for some reason, many of the ancient races have appeared. Their talent and strength are extremely shocking. There are many king physiques. Huang Ling said again. The ancient races? Huang Li, and the others' eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It seems that the Sacred Academy of Yuanshan is really a gathering place. All the geniuses from the 9 great holy lands have gathered. There are even ancient races geniuses. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. Huang Ling, Long Chen, get out here. At this moment, a loud roar came from outside. It's Mo Lang and the others. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others' faces suddenly turned ugly. Damn it. These guys really don't give up. Someone growled. Huang Ling, Long Chen, get out here. That voice came again. Lu Ming, you guys sit for a while. I'll go and settle this. Long Chen stepped out and walked out of the courtyard. I'll go too. Huang Ling followed him out. Some of the geniuses from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect also followed. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not get up. Instead, he spread out his spiritual consciousness and saw everything outside. Outside, Mo Lang, the Golden Crow second prince, and some other geniuses were there. There were 7 or 8 of them. They were all top geniuses from the ancient moon sacred ground. They stood in the sky and looked down at Long Qin, Huang Ling, and the others. Huang Ling, Long Qin, have you guys thought about it? Our patience is limited. Mo Lang sneered. You want us to join you? Impossible. Get out of here. Long Qin scolded. You should know the consequences of rejecting us. The Wind Tribe wants you to join us because they think highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Golden Crow second prince's body was covered in the divine sun fire. His eyes flashed sharply. Don't you understand human language? Get out of here. Long Qin shouted as a powerful aura erupted from his body. During this period, Long Qin's cultivation had also broken through and reached the peak of the Great Saint Realm. He was not far from the Great Saint Realm of the Great Saint Realm. Obviously, he had made great progress in the past few months. Long Qin stepped into the air and walked toward Mo Lang and the others. Mo Lang and the others' faces changed drastically. Chapter 1873. At that moment, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. Huang Ling was bathed in the undying flames as a phoenix soared into the sky. Huang Ling's cultivation was similar to Long Qin's, reaching the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm. The other sky prides of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect also unleashed their auras as they stared at Mo Lang and the others with hostility. Mo Lang and the others' expressions changed as they subconsciously retreated. Stubborn. Don't think that you can fight against the Wind Clan's sky prides with your cultivation. Just you wait. Let's go. The Golden Crow's second prince said coldly before leaving with Mo Lang and the others. Huang Ling and Long Qin looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Then they returned to the courtyard. Huang Ling, Long Qin, what's going on? What's the Wind Clan's background? Lu Ming asked. The Wind Clan is an ancient clan, and the place where they live in seclusion is the ancient moon's sacred ground. Some time ago, the Wind Clan appeared, and their sky prides came out and joined the Origin Mountain sacred ground. The Wind Clan's sky prides are extremely domineering. They want to establish a force in the Origin Mountain sacred ground and force the other sky prides of the ancient moon sacred ground to join them. Mo Lang, the Purple Extreme sect, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces all joined the Wind Clan's camp. Only we didn't join the ancient moon's sacred ground. Huang Ling explained. They're too domineering. It's our freedom to join them or not, but the Wind Clan said that if we don't join them, we won't be able to stay in the Origin Mountain sacred ground. Mu Qingxue added with an ugly expression. The Wind Clan? The ancient moon's sacred ground has an ancient clan living in seclusion. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. How strong are the sky prides of the Wind Clan? Lu Ming asked. The strongest sky prides of the Wind Clan is called Wu Fengqian. He has a king body, and his spirit body is also a superior sky spirit body. He has mastered the law of destruction heavenly wind and has already reached the Supreme Saint Realm. He's the strongest sky prides of the Origin Mountain sacred ground. Huang Ling said. A Supreme Saint King body, no wonder he's so arrogant. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had a king body and had reached the Absolute Saint Realm. His battle prowess was definitely terrifying. At this moment, there was a sharp cry in the distant sky. A golden ray of light flew toward the place where Lu Ming and the rest were staying at a terrifying speed. It was a 3-legged golden crow. When it spread its wings, it was at least 100 meters long. Its entire body was bathed in the divine fire of the great sun, making it look like a sun. It's the Golden Crow Crown Prince. He's probably going to deal with Huang Ling, Long Qin, and the others. The Feng clan wants to unify the geniuses of the ancient moon holy ground. It is obvious that they have taken a fancy to Huang Ling and Long Qin's talents. However, although the two of them are talented, their cultivation levels are still low. I am afraid that they will not be able to contend against the Feng clan. Let's go take a look. Many geniuses on the nearby mountain peaks sensed it and flew into the sky to watch from afar. The 3-legged golden crow was extremely fast. In just a few breaths' time, it had reached the place where Lu Ming and the others were staying. With a flap of its wings, a large amount of divine sunfire poured down on Lu Ming and the others. At this time, Lu Ming and the others were chatting. Suddenly, everyone's faces changed. Divine sunfire, damn it! Huang Ling and Long Qin shouted angrily at the same time. They shot into the sky and attacked, extinguishing the divine sunfire. Lu Ming, Huang Li, and the others' expressions changed. They were not in a hurry to attack. A loud cry resounded in the sky. A young man in a golden robe appeared in the sky. His eyes were like lightning and he was extremely domineering. Behind him, a pair of golden crow wings flapped slowly. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire mountain peak. Absolute Saint Realm. Lu Ming's heart jumped. This three-legged golden crow's cultivation was at the Absolute Saint Realm. The Golden Crow Crown Prince. Huang Ling, Long Qin and the others whispered. Their eyes were solemn. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was extremely famous in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Before the Feng clan appeared, he was one of the strongest geniuses in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Especially after joining the Origin Mountain Sacred Ground, he had used the resources of the Origin Mountain Sacred Ground to break through to the Absolute Saint Realm. Whoosh, whoosh. Behind the Golden Crow Crown Prince, more than a dozen figures appeared. It was Mo Lang and the others. Huang Ling, Long Qin, I advise you to surrender and join us. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. You should know that resistance is futile. Mo Lang said coldly with a haughty expression. If you want to be the dogs of the Feng clan, go ahead. We're not interested. Long Qin said. How dare you? The Golden Crow Crown Prince flapped his wings and flames spread out. He looked even more majestic. He glanced at Long Qin and Huang Ling coldly and said, although I can't kill you in the Origin Mountain Sacred Ground, I can still severely injure you. If you don't agree, I'll beat you up every time I see you. I'll make sure you can't stay in the Origin Mountain Sacred Ground. A sick bird. How arrogant. Did you open the Origin Mountain Sacred Ground? A mocking voice could be heard from one of the courtyards. Who's there? The Golden Crow Crown Prince's face darkened as he looked at the courtyard. He dared to call him a sick bird. Courting death. Then more than a dozen figures stepped out. The one in front was Lu Ming, followed by Huang Li, Qiuyu and the others. Lu Ming. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and the others' faces suddenly changed. So you're Lu Ming. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's eyes turned colder. That's right. Lu Ming smiled. Good, very good. If I wasn't in Celestial City, how could you behave so atrociously in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground? I thought you wouldn't dare to come to the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Since you're here, I'll teach you a lesson today and avenge my ninth brother. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the Golden Crow Crown Prince's eyes. If it wasn't for the Sacred Ground's prohibition of killing, he would have killed Lu Ming. However, even if he couldn't kill Lu Ming, he could still humiliate him. He could trample on Lu Ming in front of everyone and make him unable to raise his head in the Origin Mountain Sacred Ground. Boom, boom. The Golden Crow Crown Prince continued to step forward. The great sun divine fire on his body became even hotter. The flames filled the sky and his aura was wild as he pressed down on Lu Ming. Huang Ling, Long Qin, and the others unleashed their auras and were ready to fight. I didn't expect to meet such a character. Leave this bird to me. Behind Lu Ming, Huang Li grinned. His eyes were filled with a strong battle intent as he stepped out and walked toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Lu Ming stood still. If Huang Li wanted to fight, then he would let him move. You're merely at the Great Sage Realm. Kneel down. The Golden Crow Crown Prince looked arrogant as he glanced at Huang Li. He threw out a palm and flames gathered to form a giant flaming palm that slammed down on Huang Li. Kneel down. Sick bird, you're the one who's going to kneel down. Huang Li roared as his muscles bulged. He threw out a punch and exploded the giant flaming palm. His body did not stop as he rushed toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince and threw out a punch. Chapter 1874. Boom. Desolate Force's fist clashed with the Golden Crow Crown Prince's claw. Instantly, the Golden Crow Crown Prince's face changed and he quickly retreated. His hand trembled as he felt a sharp pain. His finger had almost been broken by Desolate Force's punch. Lu Ming is right. You are indeed a sick bird. Desolate Force grinned. The other youths from the Desolate race burst into laughter. The Golden Crow Crown Prince said angrily as his eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. He had been careless just now. Furthermore, he had never expected Desolate Force's punch to contain such terrifying power. Kill? The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared as he transformed into a huge three-legged golden crow. His cultivation level of the Paragon Saint initial stage exploded as he flapped his wings and charged towards Desolate Force. The terrifying Great Divine Sun Fire seemed to be able to burn everything as it surged towards Desolate Force. Desolate Force wore a pair of gloves on his hands as he circulated the Great Force Law. His fists constantly punched out. Every punch produced a terrifying roar in the sky as it formed a vacuum tunnel. The terrifying fist force blasted towards the Golden Crow Crown Prince and destroyed the Great Divine Sunfire. Swoosh. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's body shrunk to the size of a normal person. but his speed was even more astonishing. He charged towards Desolate Force like a golden beam of light. His 3 golden crow claws were extremely hard, as if they could pierce through everything. He grabbed at Desolate Force while his wings slashed at Desolate Force like blades. Desolate Force stood still in the void as he constantly punched out with his fists, clashing violently with the Golden Crow Crown Prince. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, and Desolate Force managed to withstand the Golden Crow Crown Prince's attacks. Superior Heaven Spiritual Body, Lu Ming muttered. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's spiritual body was also a superior heaven spiritual body. With his cultivation level reaching the Paragon Saint realm, his combat power was indeed very strong. Lu Ming knew that although Desolate Force could withstand the attacks for a while, he would definitely lose over time. After all, a Supreme Saint was too far away from a Paragon Saint. Great Force Law. It's a king body. The elites who had been attracted by the battle from afar were shocked. Even Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, which was filled with elites, did not have many king bodies. Every appearance of a king body would attract attention. Once the king body grew up, it would be absolutely terrifying. The intense battle between Huang Li and the Golden Crow Crown Prince continued, but as Lu Ming expected, the Golden Crow Crown Prince's attacks became more and more violent. Huang Li gradually lost ground and was suppressed. I'll go help him. Behind Lu Ming, a figure stepped out. It was Autumn Moon. 2 scimitars flew out from Autumn Moon's body. One was extremely cold while the other was extremely hot. The 2 scimitars spun and transformed into a destructive force that charged toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The terrifying power shocked the Golden Crow Crown Prince. He immediately unleashed his power to counterattack. The divine fire of the Great Sun and the Autumn Moon's power collided. However, the Golden Crow Crown Prince still underestimated Autumn Moon. The 2 scimitars broke through the divine fire of the Great Sun and slashed towards the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince quickly retreated in shock, but he was still hit by the scimitars. Golden feathers fell from the sky. Bah, a sky full of bird feathers kill? Huang Li shouted. He charged toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince and kept attacking with his fists. On the other hand, Autumn Moon cooperated with Huang Li and used the laws of yin and yang to attack the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince used all his power to fight against the two, but he was forced into a disadvantageous position. Another king body. Why are there so many king bodies? In the distance, many people were shocked. Huang Li and Autumn Moon were both new, and they were with Huang Ling and Long Chen. This meant that Huang Ling and Long Chen's group had 4 king bodies. 4 king bodies, but their cultivation was still a bit weak. If they all became absolute saints, how powerful would that be? Despicable. 2 against 1. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared. An absolute saint fighting a supreme saint. How dare you say that? How about this? Let's fight at the same level. That's only fair. Lu Ming glanced at the Golden Crow Crown Prince and the others with disdain. The Golden Crow Crown Prince and the others were tongue-tied. They were speechless. If they were at the same level, only those with a king constitution could contend with them. There were so many king constitutions on Lu Ming's side. What could they use to fight at the same level? Their advantage was their cultivation level. How could they give up their advantages and take advantage of their weaknesses? Miss Autumn Moon, you're from the one only sacred palace. Are you going to interfere with our business? The Golden Crow Crown Prince turned his target to Autumn Moon, hoping that Autumn Moon would back out of this. But Autumn Moon didn't care about the Golden Crow Crown Prince. She attacked even more fiercely. Huang Li and Autumn Moon attacked at close range and from afar. They cooperated with each other and their combat power was amazing. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared, but there was nothing he could do. The Golden Crow Crown Prince used all his strength, but he was at most on par with Autumn Moon and Huang Li. He was even at a disadvantage at times. Although the Golden Crow Crown Prince's cultivation was strong, and he had reached the initial stage of the Absolute Saint realm, he had just broken through. Besides, the law he controlled wasn't the king way. As for Autumn Moon and Huang Li, they had reached the Great Saint realm and were not far from the Absolute Saint realm. The two of them together weren't weaker than the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The two sides exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still hard to determine the winner. That's amazing. There are 2 king bodies. Moreover, they came with Lu Ming. Huang Ling and Long Chen were still okay. After all, they had seen Autumn Moon before. But the other elites from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect, as well as Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfeng, were shocked. There were 2 king bodies who came with Lu Ming, and their cultivation levels had reached the Great Saint realm. They were stronger than Huang Ling and Long Chen. How strong were the rest? Many people couldn't help but look at the rest of the desolate race. The gazes of Huang Di and the others fell on the battlefield without blinking. Each of them had a strong fighting spirit and looked eager to fight. Previously, when they were in the ancient desolate sacred region, they had only faced a limited number of geniuses. When they saw so many geniuses, they could only feel their blood boiling and their battle intent burning. They could not wait to have a great battle like Huang Li. Lu Ming, fight me if you can. What's the point of hiding? The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared. Divine fire of the great sun gushed out, forcing Autumn Moon and Huang Li to retreat. You want to fight me? Okay, I'll fight you in the life and death arena. Do you dare? Lu Ming said. His voice was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Life and death arena. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat. He was hesitant. He had heard of Lu Ming's combat power. But no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for him. But whoever stepped into the life and death arena would have to fight to the death. In the life and death arena, one could kill one's opponent. The Sacred Institute would not forbid it. It was very dangerous. Since the Sacred Institute's opening, there had not been many who had stepped into the life and death arena. What? You wanted to challenge me before, but now you don't dare? You're so arrogant, but you're just a coward. Lu Ming sneered. His sarcasm was even more intense. Lu Ming, you don't know this. These people only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. They use their power to bully others and use their connections to intimidate others. If they encounter someone stronger and more ruthless, they will immediately become cowards. Chapter 1875. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was enraged and his eyes were dark. If you don't dare to fight, then get lost. Lu Ming shouted and his voice spread far and wide. Let's fight. Lu Ming, let's fight to the death. I will kill you today. The Golden Crow Crown Prince shouted. All right. Lu Ming's lips curled up and his eyes were cold. He said, Autumn Moon, Huang Li, back off. Let me do it. All right, ha. Huang Li laughed loudly and threw out a few more punches before retreating with Qiuyu. The Golden Crow Crown Prince withdrew his great sun divine flame and turned into a tall young man in a golden robe. He looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Let's go to the death match. The Golden Crow Crown Prince turned around and left. Mo Lang, the second Crown Prince, and the others followed. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Qin, and the others also headed in that direction. The death match is about to begin. Let's go and take a look. The crowd watching from afar also followed. Soon they came to a spacious area. There was a huge purple-gold battle stage here. It was said that this battle stage was made by a martial emperor with a special medal. Ordinary martial emperors would not be able to break it. One could fight to their heart's content on it. The Golden Crow Crown Prince stepped onto the battle stage and stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. He shouted, Lu Ming, come up and die. Lu Ming was nonchalant. He took a step forward and stepped onto the fighting ring. Brother Lu Ming, come on. Kill him. I want to eat bird meat. Chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her little fists and shouted. The Golden Crow tribe's sky prides were furious. This little thing wanted to eat the Golden Crow's meat. This made them angry. However, there were still people who were excited. Is the three-legged bird meat tasty? Is it poisonous? Huang Li had a silly look on his face. It's not poisonous, and it's delicious. I've eaten a wing with Big Brother Lu Ming before. The meat is fresh and tender, and it's really delicious when paired with good wine. Chirp chirp. As Bubbles spoke, her big eyes narrowed as she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips with a look of reminiscence. So delicious? Huang Li, Huang Di, and the other youths from the desolate race grinned and stared at the Golden Crow Prince on the battle stage. They wished they could take a bite out of him. The Golden Crow First Prince, Second Prince, and the rest of the geniuses of the Golden Crow tribe almost spat out mouthfuls of blood while trembling in anger. However, Lu Ming just smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, it's not easy to raise a child at home. His appetite is a little picky. Why don't you all contribute a little? Contribution, your sister. The Golden Crow Crown Prince almost cursed it out loud. In the end he roared, Lu Ming, I'll devour you today. Kill. The Golden Crow Crown Prince transformed into his true form and flapped his wings, charging toward Lu Ming. 3 incomparably sharp claws grabbed at Lu Ming, wanting to tear Lu Ming apart. Boom. Lu Ming circulated his sacred power and revealed his cultivation base. The spectators were all stunned. Peak Supreme Saint. This person is only a Peak Supreme Saint, but he dares to fight the Golden Crow Crown Prince in a death match. How dare he? This person is dead for sure. In the previous battle, only 2 people with perfect Supreme Saint physiques could fight the Golden Crow Crown Prince. This person's peak Supreme Saint cultivation base is no match for the Golden Crow Crown Prince. This person is going to die as soon as he comes to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. What a pity. When Lu Ming revealed his cultivation base, the surrounding geniuses shook their heads. These geniuses were very talented and knowledgeable. Especially during this period of time, how many geniuses had they seen? But it was almost impossible for a peak Supreme Saint to fight a genius like the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Even the few Elysian children would find it difficult to do so. They all thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. But in the next moment, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. What law is that? The law of primal chaos. It's the law of primal chaos. Nest, another Elysian child. Many people shouted in shock. Boom. At that moment, Lu Ming's fist collided with the Golden Crow Crown Prince's sharp claws, causing a violent explosion. Then the Golden Crow Crown Prince's huge body was sent flying by Lu Ming, and Lu Ming's body was also pushed back. They were evenly matched. Many people's hearts trembled. Lu Ming actually blocked the Golden Crow Crown Prince's attack with his peak Supreme Saint cultivation base. This was too shocking. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared and spread his wings, flapping them violently. He pounced on Lu Ming again and launched an even more violent attack. Lu Ming activated the suppressing hell skill, and the law of primal chaos covered his body. Every time he punched, a suppressing hell steel appeared and suppressed the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The two of them continued to clash and they were evenly matched. Great Sun burns the sky. Chaotic Calamity Finger. The Golden Crow Crown Prince and Lu Ming used their divine abilities at the same time. A huge sun and a huge finger collided. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. In the end, the sun couldn't win and exploded under the Chaotic Calamity Finger. The Golden Crow Crown Prince frantically retreated. In the battle of divine abilities, Lu Ming had the upper hand. Now, Lu Ming's Chaotic Calamity Finger was gradually approaching 70%. It was so powerful that it was comparable to 90% of a divine ability with a normal law as its core. But the Golden Crow Crown Prince's divine ability was only 80%. Lu Ming charged toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince and kept pointing his finger. Several Chaotic Calamity Fingers formed at the same time and attacked the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince unleashed his full power. Flames filled the sky, forming suns that attacked Lu Ming. The battle platform was filled with the power of the Great Sun Divine Fire and the law of primal chaos. Seal. Lu Ming used the Chaotic Calamity Finger with his right hand and used the law of Array Dao with his left hand. Countless runes appeared and formed a terrifying sealing power. It directly passed through the Golden Crow Crown Prince's Great Sun Divine Fire and covered his entire body. The sealing power was going to seal the Golden Crow Crown Prince. This scene also shocked the other spectators. 2 laws. How can this person control 2 laws? One is the strongest law and the other is the law of kings. Unbelievable. The spectators were all geniuses from all over the world. They had seen many things but they had never seen someone like Lu Ming. They couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. Some of them even shouted. Oh no. The Golden Crow Second Crown Prince, Mo Lang, and the others were shocked. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was at a disadvantage. At this moment, the Golden Crow Crown Prince himself was also shaken and revealed a look of shock. Lu Ming's combat power was far beyond his imagination. Break. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared. A pair of wings appeared behind him. They shone brightly. As he flapped them, they were like a heavenly blade that slashed and destroyed the law of Array Dao that covered his body. Then, endless flames spread out and destroyed Lu Ming's Chaotic Calamity Finger. Whoosh. Chapter 1876. It's an imperial weapon. Despicable. How dare you use an imperial weapon in a fair fight? Huang Ling shouted. Despicable? This is the life and death fighting ring. There's no rule against using an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon is also a form of power. Mo Lang sneered as a smile appeared on his face. The Golden Crow Crown Prince had an imperial weapon. Even if he could not unleash the weapon's full power, it was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I've said it before. Today is the day you die. Die. The Golden Crow Crown Prince said coldly. He had regained his arrogant look. He flapped his golden wings and charged toward Lu Ming. The imperial weapon's power was earth-shattering. Do you think you're the only one who has an imperial weapon? Lu Ming said calmly. His glabella shone and the Tai Chi formation plate flew out. It expanded rapidly and a Tai Chi pattern appeared on it. It charged toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Tai Chi formation plate was definitely a treasure on the same level as an imperial weapon. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the power he could unleash became stronger and more mystical. The Golden Crow Crown Prince attacked with his wings, but they were all blocked by the Tai Chi formation plate. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. He pointed a few chaotic fingers at the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Prince narrowed his eyes and his sacred power erupted. The pair of golden wings emitted a dazzling golden light and flew out from his body. It transformed into a huge three-legged golden crow. As it flapped its wings, raging flames spread and annihilated Lu Ming's chaotic finger of calamity. Suppress. Lu Ming's mind stirred. The Taiji array disc seized the opportunity to suppress the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The golden crow that was an imperial weapon let out a long cry and charged toward the Tai Chi formation plate. It slammed into the Tai Chi formation plate, causing it to vibrate and fly away. Then the golden crow flapped its wings and charged toward Lu Ming. Die. The Golden Crow Crown Prince smiled ferociously. Lu Ming stood motionlessly on the battle stage. His face was calm as if he didn't see the incoming monarch weapon. When the Imperial Armament's Golden Crow approached Lu Ming, a pill furnace appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Great Derivation Pill Furnace. The Great Development Cauldron quickly expanded to the size of a mountain. When the cauldron lid opened, it exploded with an astonishing attractive force. Come in. Lu Ming grabbed one of the legs of the Great Evolution Alchemy Cauldron and scooped up the other party's Emperor weapon into the Great Evolution Alchemy Cauldron. He then quickly closed the lid. He didn't know what grade the Great Pill Derivation Furnace was, but the pair of wings couldn't charge out. Give me back my Imperial weapon. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared. You're still thinking about the Imperial weapon? Worry about yourself. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and used the Divine Sword Art. Two sword beams shot out from his eyes and rushed into the Golden Crow Crown Prince's body. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's body trembled. Then the Tai Chi formation came down and a Tai Chi pattern covered the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Lu Ming went berserk. He raised the Great Development Cauldron and smashed it toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Lu Ming's attack was like a storm. The Golden Crow Crown Prince couldn't block it at all and was hit on the head by the Great Development Cauldron. With a loud thud, the Golden Crow Crown Prince was knocked dizzy. His head almost cracked open and his body crashed heavily onto the battle stage. Swoosh, swoosh. The Tai Chi pattern turned into a yin-yang fish sword and pierced the Golden Crow Crown Prince's wings, causing him to scream in pain. Dong. Lu Ming raised the Great Development Cauldron and smashed it on the Golden Crow Crown Prince's head again. This time the Golden Crow Crown Prince was severely injured. His head cracked open and blood flowed out. The divine sun fire that covered his body was extinguished and he was on the verge of death. Lu Ming put away the Tai Chi formation and the Great Development Cauldron and stepped on the Golden Crow Crown Prince's head. Stop, Lu Ming. My brother is the top prodigy of the Golden Crow clan. If you kill him, the Golden Crow clan won't let you go. The second Golden Crow Crown Prince shouted. And the Feng clan won't let you go either. Mo Lang shouted as well. Haha, do you think there's any room for reconciliation between the Golden Crow clan and me? Lu Ming looked disdainful. He had killed several Golden Crow Crown Princes. The two sides were mortal enemies. How could there be reconciliation? If he didn't kill the Golden Crow Crown Prince, would the Golden Crow clan let him go? As for the Feng clan, Lu Ming looked at Mo Lang and said, if the Feng clan wants to fight, I, Lu Ming, will accept it. As for the Golden Crow Crown Prince, since he stepped onto the battle stage, he will die if he loses. An absolute saint weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He stabbed at the Golden Crow Crown Prince's head. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's head was pierced by Lu Ming. At the same time his soul was destroyed. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was dead. What powerful combat strength. This person's combat strength is too amazing. The Son of Chaos who controls the law of chaos is indeed amazing. He must be the third person in the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy to control the strongest law. It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. It's difficult for him to compete with the strongest prodigies. However, if he grows up, he will be extremely terrifying. Some people around discussed excitedly. Yet another Elysian child had appeared. This was truly a golden age. Not only were the kings fighting for supremacy, but the Sons of Chaos were also fighting for supremacy. The second Golden Crow Crown Prince and the others had ugly expressions, especially those from the Golden Crow clan. They revealed a terrifying murderous intent. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was dead. The strongest prodigy of the Golden Crow clan was killed by Lu Ming just like that. If the elders of the Golden Crow clan knew about it, they would be furious. Lu Ming, give me my brother's body. The second Golden Crow Crown Prince said coldly. Give it to you? How can you be so naive? This is my trophy. Lu Ming smiled and said, besides, didn't you see that my friends are very interested in the Golden Crow meat? How dare you? The second Golden Crow Crown Prince trembled with anger and glared at Lu Ming. Why wouldn't I dare? It's not like I haven't done it before. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand to put away the Golden Crow Crown Prince's body. He then looked at the second Golden Crow Crown Prince and scolded, why aren't you leaving? Do you want to fight too? I'll take it. Just you wait. Feng Wuchen is cultivating in seclusion in the Saint battlefield. When he comes out, it'll be the time of your death. The second Prince of the Golden Crow was enraged, but he did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. After leaving behind a few harsh words, he left with Mo Lang and the rest. Brother Lu Ming, you're so powerful. There's Golden Crow meat to eat. Bubbles dashed onto Lu Ming's shoulder, shouting and screaming excitedly. Let's go back and eat the Golden Crow meat. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the mountain they resided in with the rest. Not long after, a fragrance wafted out of the mountain and spread for 5 kilometers. That night, an entire Golden Crow entered everyone's stomachs. Especially the 9 desolate race elites. They ate until their mouths were filled with oil. Even the bones were devoured by the 9 desolate race youths. Chapter 1877. The first day of Lu Ming and the others' arrival at Yuan Mountain Academy ended just like that. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they casually chose a few courtyards to stay in. Anyway, the area here was vast and empty. There were plenty of empty courtyards. The next day, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others brought Lu Ming and the others to wander around Yuan Mountain Academy. The Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard was built by several great monarchs and other monarch experts over the course of several years. There are many wonderful places that are of great help to one's cultivation. As the group walked, Huang Ling introduced. Indeed, in the past few months, many people have entered Yuan Mountain Academy, and with the help of the resources here, their cultivation has improved, so have we. Long Chen also said. How many geniuses have entered Yuan Mountain Academy? Lu Ming asked curiously. It's beyond our imagination. Huang Ling's face was solemn and said, the requirement to enter Yuan Mountain Academy is to reach Bright Saint Realm and have a low-grade heavenly spirit body. This time, the 9 great holy lands, various emperor-level forces, and some ancient clans have appeared. There are more than 10,000 people. More than 10,000 people. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. He was very shocked. There were more than 10,000 people who met the requirement. How amazing was that? These people all had the potential to become great emperors. Even if they only had the potential, it was impossible for so many of them to become great emperors. That was already very shocking. There were so many people in a generation. There were many emperor-level powerhouses in Yuan Mountain, but they were all accumulated over countless years. If there were thousands of great emperors in a generation, how terrifying would that be? Lu Ming finally understood what a golden age was. That is, at this time Lu Ming saw a stone tablet that soared into the sky. It was as high as the mountain. Even if it was far away, it could be seen at a glance. That's the King's Sage Board, let's go and take a look. Wang Ling said. Everyone moved forward and appeared under the huge stone tablet. There were names on the stone tablet, emitting golden light. At a glance there were more than 40 names. The King's Sage Board represents the strongest group of Saint Realm cultivators in Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. However, those who want to be on the board have to be at least Saint Realm. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was at the bottom of the list and he has disappeared. Huang Ling explained. It said that only 100 people can be on the King's Sage Board. However, since most of the people aren't absolute saints yet, there are only 42 of them. Long Chen added. Lu Ming understood. It seemed like there were only 42 people who had reached the Paragon Saint Realm in the Yuanshan Holy Academy. If everyone's cultivation base increased in the future, there would be more than 100 people who reached the Paragon Saint Realm. The Sage King Board would only show the strongest 100 people. Eternal Galaxy. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the 42 names. The name at the top of the list was the most eye-catching. It was called Stellar River. Heng Xingha. This person is extremely terrifying. He is one of the sons of the heavens. He was born with an eternal body and has mastered one of the 10 strongest laws, the Eternal Law. It is said that this person is a descendant of the Celestial Emperor and has the Celestial Emperor's bloodline in him. Wang Ling spoke. When she spoke about this person, her expression became serious and fearful. The descendant of the Celestial Emperor? The Celestial Emperor who founded the Celestial City? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Although the Celestial Emperor has fallen, he has left behind descendants. They are one of the strongest forces in the Celestial City. Huang Ling nodded. Then Lu Ming continued to look at the names. Luo Zhangqiong number 10. A ray of cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Luo Zhangqiong, the number 1 genius of the Daluo Heaven sect, had taken away the memories of Autumn Moon. Lu Ming would fight with this person sooner or later. Death Blade, is he only number 12? Lu Ming whispered. Death Blade was one of the 6 silver inheritors of the Hunyuan sect. He mastered the death law and was the son of death. This was one of the 10 strongest laws. He was one of the sons of the heavens, just like Eternal Galaxy. However, there was a huge difference between their rankings. Death Blade's cultivation base is weaker, so his ranking is not high. Huang Ling explained. Then Lu Ming saw a familiar face. Luo Qianni, who was number 36. Is this ranking accurate? What is the basis for it? Lu Ming asked. When the Saint Academy of Yuan Mountain was first opened, all the geniuses entered at the same time. No one was willing to give in to the others. Naturally, there were many battles. Many geniuses clashed with each other. The teachers of the Saint Academy based the rankings on those battles. Huang Ling said. Isn't this inaccurate? Lu Ming asked. Yes, because some people are more low-key and did not use their full strength. Some people did not even make a move. Therefore, this King Sage board is not very accurate for the time being. Those who are ranked at the bottom may have amazing combat power. No one can say for sure. I guess it will be rearranged in the future. Also, after these few months of battles, the strongest geniuses have entered the holy battlefield to cultivate in seclusion. They are striving to break through and defeat the other geniuses. Huang Ling said. There are so many geniuses. That's great. Ah. Huang Li was excited. The other members of the Desolate Tribe were the same. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Lu Ming memorized the dozens of names on the King Sage board. Then the group walked to the other side. Following that, Lu Ming saw many wonderful places. Many of them were helpful for cultivation. For example, there was a place called the Divine Powers Purgatory Valley. Inside, there were powerful challenges that allowed one to cultivate divine powers. However, one had to pay a certain amount of origin stones to enter these places. This was because maintaining these cultivation grounds required a large amount of energy. Although the great emperors had created them, they did not have enough resources to maintain these places. Naturally, they had to collect the corresponding amount of origin stones. I will cultivate here. You are free to choose where you want to cultivate. Lu Ming said to the Desolate Tribe members. Only by choosing the most suitable cultivation ground would it be of the greatest help. I will cultivate here with Brother Lu Ming. Bubble said. Divine Powers Purgatory Valley. We have been here for some time. Let's go to other places to cultivate. Huang Ling said. I want to go to the Divine Powers Valley. Huang Li revealed a look of anticipation. Following that, everyone separated and chose their own places to cultivate. As for Lu Ming and Bubbles, they walked towards the Divine Powers Purgatory Valley. The Divine Powers Purgatory Valley was a vast and huge valley. It was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen. It was as if it led to the abyss of purgatory. There was a mysterious array set up here. It could accommodate many people to cultivate inside. At the entrance of the valley, there were naturally people guarding it. Before entering, one had to apply for a jade token to enter the valley and deposit some origin stones inside. Then, for every day one cultivated inside, the jade token would deduct a day's worth of origin stones. If a person cultivated inside for too long, the origin stones they had deposited beforehand would be deducted. When they came out, they would have to make up for it. Chapter 1878. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the valley, his surroundings changed. He found that he had arrived in a desolate valley. It was pitch black and there was no one around. Even Bubble was not by his side. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of him. They were blurry and he could not see their faces clearly. Whoosh, whoosh. These few figures pounced on Lu Ming one after another. They were as fast as lightning. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The law of primal chaos spread throughout his body. He circulated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill and punched out continuously. The figures also blasted out various attacks. They were either punches, palm strikes, or finger strikes. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all using the law of primal chaos. Bam, bam. After a series of collisions, the figures were sent flying by Lu Ming. They really can use the law of primal chaos. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. He had heard Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others mention before that this divine ability, Purgatory Valley, was extremely mysterious. The figures condensed inside could use the same laws as those who entered. Furthermore, the deeper they went into the valley, the stronger the people who used the laws would be. Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the figures. He increased his strength. After a series of explosions, the figures were defeated by Lu Ming. Although these figures could use the law of primal chaos, their power was very weak. They were far inferior to Lu Ming. Naturally, they could not withstand a single blow. After defeating a few figures, Lu Ming stepped forward. Not long after, a few more figures appeared. These figures could still use the law of primal chaos. They were stronger than the previous figures. However, they were still far inferior to Lu Ming. They were still defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. Lu Ming continued forward. Just like that, Lu Ming defeated dozens of figures. The figures he encountered became stronger and stronger. The power of the law of primal chaos was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming's. They could even use the primal chaos finger like Lu Ming. Lu Ming finally felt the pressure. He circulated the law of primal chaos with all his might to fight the other party. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A total of 3 figures pointed their fingers at the same time. 3 huge fingers charged toward Lu Ming from 3 different directions. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and focused his mind. His figure flickered, and at the moment when his figure flickered, he pointed out 3 fingers at an extremely fast speed. Similarly, 3 huge fingers formed and pointed at the other party. The 6 huge fingers collided with each other and then froze in the air. However, in the end it was still Lu Ming who came out on top. His opponent's Chaos Tribulation finger was destroyed, and his body was also destroyed by Lu Ming. The power of the Chaotic Calamity finger is very close to mine. If they were any stronger, it would not be so easy for me to win. However, this is good. Will help me improve. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then stepped forward again. Not long after, another figure appeared and attacked Lu Ming. This time, the figure's mastery of the law of primal chaos was no weaker than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming engaged in an intense battle with the 3 figures. The law of primal chaos permeated the air and clashed continuously. It was extremely rare to clash with the same law. This way he could better see his own shortcomings and improve himself. One could imagine that the great emperors must have spent a lot of effort to create such a place. This time, the battle lasted for half an hour before Lu Ming defeated the 3 figures. My Chaotic Calamity finger is close to 70%. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, Lu Ming's Chaotic Calamity finger was about 69%. Now it was close to 70%. If he cultivated like this, it would not be long before he was close to 70%. Lu Ming continued to move forward. This time, the figure that appeared was even more powerful. After fighting Lu Ming for more than an hour, Lu Ming still could not defeat his opponent. In the end, his saint power ran out and he could only retreat. As long as Lu Ming retreated, the figures would not pursue him. When Lu Ming's saint power recovered, he continued to fight. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. A few figures were fighting fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming continued to unleash the Chaotic Calamity finger. The power of the Chaotic Calamity finger suddenly skyrocketed. The Chaos Tribulation finger that the 3 figures had unleashed was instantly defeated by Lu Ming. The terrifying force blasted the 3 figures into smithereens. Chaotic Calamity finger, 70%. Lu Ming whispered and smiled faintly. In just 2 short days of cultivating here, Lu Ming's Chaotic Calamity finger had broken through. The difference between 69% and 70% seems small, but the difference in power was huge. Once it broke through to 70%, it would be on another level. For an ordinary martial artist, breaking through to 70% in a divine power would require at least a Saint Realm cultivation base. Moreover, the Chaotic Calamity finger was even more difficult to cultivate. Of course, for a prodigy, all rules were meant to be broken. This was a great place. No wonder all the prodigies of the entire Primordial Mountain would gather at the Primordial Mountain Saint Court. A cultivation sanctuary created by a few great emperors was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, there were great emperors preaching and clashes between prodigies. In this way, the cultivation speed of these prodigies would definitely increase, and they would be able to force out their potential and advance to a higher realm. Continue. Lu Ming was excited and continued to move forward. Next, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the Divine Power Purgatory Valley. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming cultivated tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep. The Chaotic Calamity finger's progress was extremely fast. In less than 2 months, the Chaotic Calamity finger had reached 80%. One should know that the higher the level of a divine power, the more difficult it was to improve. The closer it was to the perfect stage, every improvement was extremely difficult. In less than 2 months he was able to raise it to 80%. This speed was already very terrifying. If he were to cultivate normally, he might not be able to achieve it even after a few years. Moreover, in the continuous battle with those figures, Lu Ming's saint power was constantly being condensed and strengthened. It was rapidly approaching the great sage perfected realm. On this day, after Lu Ming fought with 3 figures, he felt the saint power in his body surging like a flood, and the speed was unbelievably fast. I'm going to break through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After nearly 2 months of continuous battles, his cultivation had finally reached a tipping point, and he was about to break through to the great saint perfection. Lu Ming retreated and sat cross-legged. He took out a large pile of origin stones and began to break through to the great saint perfection. In a luxurious courtyard in the Primordial Mountain Saint Court, the Golden Crow Second Prince, Mo Lang, and the others were standing respectfully in front of a green-robed youth. The Golden Crow Crown Prince is dead? How dare you? The green-robed youth spoke. His voice was gentle, but anyone could hear the cold killing intent in it. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and the others could not help but tremble. This person was the peerless prodigy of the Feng clan, Feng Wuchen. Chapter 1879. Young Master Wuchen, it's all Lu Ming's fault. Otherwise we would have taken down Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. Mo Lang said respectfully. Oh, I've heard of Lu Ming. He stirred up a storm in the ancient moon's sacred ground some time ago. It's a pity that the Wind clan hadn't appeared yet. Otherwise we would have suppressed him long ago. Feng Wuchen sneered and said. Young Master Wuchen, we also mentioned your name, but Lu Ming didn't give us any face at all. He even said that if you're unhappy, you can look for him directly. The Golden Crow Second Prince added. Arrogant and ignorant. You're courting death. Beside Feng Wuchen, another young man in a green robe said coldly. He was also a sky pride of the Wind clan, but he wasn't as strong as Feng Wuchen. You want me to look for him? Fine. I'll go look for him. From now on, those people don't have to stay in the Origin Mountain Sacred Court. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. With his hands behind his back, he took a step forward and headed outside. The other sky prides of the Wind clan, Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and the others followed. On the mountain where Lu Ming and the others lived, 2 figures were fighting fiercely in a spacious area, erupting with terrifying energy waves. These 2 people were Long Chen and Huang Li. After 2 months of cultivation, Long Chen's cultivation had finally reached the Great Sage Great Perfection. As soon as he reached the Great Sage Great Perfection, Huang Li found him. The 2 of them had nothing to say and started fighting fiercely. Their battle was very similar. It was direct, brutal, and domineering. It was like a battle between 2 ancient beasts. Long Chen's arms swelled up several times as he activated the law of force to the extreme. Both of his fists punched out continuously. Every time he punched out, a giant elephant would soar into the sky and crush Huang Li. Huang Li's muscles bulged, and his eyes shone with a wild radiance. He roared and punched out continuously. Every punch would destroy a giant elephant. The 2 of them exchanged hundreds of blows before retreating to the side. They stared at each other like 2 savage beasts. Haha, this is great. How about we fight another day? Huang Li suddenly laughed. That's what I want. Let's fight another day. Long Chen's fighting spirit was not weak at all. They looked at each other with a feeling of mutual appreciation and regret that they hadn't met earlier. The 2 of them grasped the same laws and fought against each other. It would be a great boost to both of them, and they would be able to better find their own shortcomings. As for the Purgatory Valley, although one could condense a figure with the same laws as oneself after entering, it was still condensed from a large array after all. There was still a huge gap between it and a true genius, a real person. Real people had their own thoughts. They were able to comprehend and see through weaknesses. Naturally, the results would be better when they fought against each other. The 2 of them stopped fighting and sat down cross-legged, absorbing the origin stones to recover their true essence. Not long after, the 2 opened their eyes at the same time and looked in the same direction. In that direction, a terrifying tornado with the power of destruction swept towards the mountain peak where they lived. Who is it? Block it. Long Chen and Huang Li roared at the same time. Their bodies soared into the sky and rushed towards the tornado. Both of their fists punched out continuously. Streaks of terrifying fist force blasted towards the tornado. After dozens of consecutive fist forces, the tornado was finally blocked. The 2 of them looked gloomy. The other party was too bold to attack them directly at their residence and wanted to destroy their courtyard. This was a slap in the face and a humiliation. In the distance, a youth in a green robe with his hands behind his back flew over. It was Feng Wuchen. Two people with the power-regal body. It's really rare. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Chen and Huang Li in amazement. Feng Wuchen. Long Chen said with a serious expression. This guy is Feng Wuchen. He's so pretentious. I'll beat him until he cries. Huang Li grinned, his eyes fierce. At this moment, other figures flew up from the mountain peak and came behind Huang Li and Long Chen. A few of them were the Desolate Race's geniuses, while the others were the geniuses of the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect and Thunder God Sect. At the same time, the other geniuses of the Feng race as well as Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and the others, arrived and stood behind Feng Wuchen. Both sides were ready to fight. Powerful auras clashed in the air. The fluctuations here naturally alarmed the geniuses of the other mountain peaks. Many figures stood in the void and watched from afar. It's Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen has come out of seclusion. I knew it. Once Feng Wuchen comes out, he will definitely make a move. He won't let Long Chen and the others off easily. I wonder how they will deal with Feng Wuchen. Looks like there will be another intense battle. Many people spoke, looking forward to it. Previously, Lu Ming had killed the Golden Crow Crown Prince. How would Feng Wuchen treat Lu Ming and the others? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the two of you are rare talents. Join me and work for me. I will make you my right-hand men. I won't treat you badly. He still wanted to subdue Huang Li and Long Chen. If he had the help of two people with the regal body, he would definitely have a place in the Origin Mountain Sacred Court. Work for you? You should take a piss and look at yourself. Who do you think you are? Huang Li cursed out loud. You only know how to suppress others with your cultivation level. You want us to join you? What a joke. Long Chen sneered. They were both people with the regal body. Why would they join Feng Wuchen? Did Feng Wuchen have the right to do that? Feng Wuchen's cultivation level was only slightly higher. As long as they broke through and caught up to Feng Wuchen, they wouldn't be afraid of him at all. Stubborn. I want to see what right you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. He stepped forward and the wind howled. Endless destructive wind appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc. Every gust of wind was like a terrifying destructive divine weapon, slicing through the space, causing hideous scars to appear in the space. Feng Wuchen also had the regal body. He controlled the destructive wind law and was a lesser absolute saint. Although his cultivation level was the same as the Golden Crow Crown Prince's, his combat power was much stronger than the Crown Prince's. Long Chen and Huang Li both looked solemn. The sacred power in their bodies circulated crazily. They used the extreme force law with all their might. They were like two wild beasts ready to attack at any time. Destroy. Feng Wuchen pressed down with one hand, and a terrifying destructive wind swept toward Long Chen and Huang Li. Boom. Boom. Long Chen and Huang Li attacked at the same time. They punched continuously and the sky shook. The air was compressed together, forming a terrifying force that blasted toward the destructive wind. The sky kept exploding and dozens of explosions sounded. Long Chen and Huang Li's bodies shook, and they retreated. Not bad. You managed to block one of my attacks. Continue. Feng Wuchen's body was wrapped in the wind. He continued to step forward. With every step he took, the wind became more violent. It swept across the sky and the clouds in the sky were swept away by the wind. Chapter 1880. Mighty Divine Statue Fist. An elephant's roar resounded through the sky. Long Chen's Saint force surged as he punched out. A huge primordial dragonesque elephant appeared. It roared into the sky and charged forward. Mighty Star Fist. Huang Li punched out as well. A star appeared on his fist. It was as if he was pushing the star towards the tornadoes. Both of their fists were filled with boundless power. They could break through anything and break through the sky. The huge elephant and star collided with the two tornadoes. There was an earth-shattering boom. Finally, the two tornadoes were blocked and dissipated in the sky. Feng Wuchen's face darkened as his two attacks were blocked. He was an absolute saint. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't take down two supreme saints easily. Destructive storm blades. Feng Wuchen roared. Countless blades appeared around him. They were incomparably sharp and contained destructive power. Whoosh, 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 destructive storm blades charged towards Long Chen and Desolate Force. Long Chen and Huang Li tried their best to block, but their cultivation levels were too low. They were in danger. Then leave these people to us. A Wind Tribe genius stared at Phoenix Palace. The others from the Divine Elephant sect stepped out towards them. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and the others followed and launched terrifying attacks. Spread the news. Gather everyone and defend. A Phoenix Palace genius shouted. Everyone used their voice transmission jade talismans to spread the news. Then they started to defend. Some of them were still cultivating in the Sacred Institute and weren't here. They were few in number, so they could only defend. A few youths from the Desolate race stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd. They swung their huge axes and maces, sending a few geniuses flying. They're so strong. A few of them have superior heaven spiritual bodies. These people are burly and different from ordinary people. Where are they from? Mo Lang exchanged a blow with a Desolate race youth and was sent flying. His body was numb and he felt a sharp pain in his arm. His bones were almost broken. They might be from the Desolate race, one of the ancient races. A Wind Tribe genius said. As an ancient race, they naturally knew about the Desolate race. Ancient race. Mo Lang and the others gasped. The ancient race had been passed down since ancient times. They had terrifying secret techniques and had unfathomable heritage. None of the ancient races could be underestimated. Leave these Desolate race youths to us. You guys deal with the others. The elite from the Feng clan spoke as a terrifying gust of wind emanated from his body. He charged towards the youth from the Desolate race. Mo Lang and the others attacked the others. Although killing was forbidden in the Sacred Institute, it was fine as long as they weren't crippled or killed. They were going to beat these stubborn people from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect half to death, and then throw them out of the Origin Mountain Holy Court. The Desolate race, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant sect, Thunder God sect, and other sects had fewer people. They were momentarily at a disadvantage, with some of them injured. As for Long Chen and Huang Li, they did not have it easy either. They were at a disadvantage and they were forced to retreat. If it weren't for the fact that both of them cultivated the law of force, and that their spirit bodies were known for their strength, which meant that their defensive capabilities were equally strong, they would have already been defeated. But even so, they couldn't hold on for long. Just as they were in danger, a figure flew over from afar. Before the person arrived, a cold and hot aura burst out. Two scimitars spun rapidly, forming a terrifying destructive force that pressed down on Feng Wuchen. Autumn Moon had arrived. Yin-Yang laws. Feng Wuchen's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and destructive storm blades slashed at Autumn Moon. They collided with Autumn Moon's two scimitars, causing sparks to fly. Kill? Kill. Long Chen and Huang Li seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. They destroyed dozens of destructive storm blades in succession. Their fist force was like a rainbow piercing through the sun as it blasted towards Feng Wuchen. You want to fight back? You're still far from it, Feng Wuchen said coldly. He opened his mouth and blew out an endless gust of wind, shattering Long Chen and Huang. Autumn Moon, Long Chen and Huang. Huang joined forces and engaged in a fierce battle with Feng Wuchen. 3 perfect Supreme Saints. It's amazing. But even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be able to fight Feng Wuchen. That's right. If there's one more person, they might be able to fight. I wonder if Huang Ling has broken through to the perfect Supreme Saint. The crowd in the distance discussed. Swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, figures flew over from afar. They were people from Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant sect and the Desolate race. They had received the message and rushed over. Take my hammer. Huang Di waved his 2 giant hammers and rushed over from afar. The hammers were like a whirlwind, smashing at the Golden Crow Second Prince. The powerful pressure from the hammers shocked the Golden Crow Second Prince. He used his Great Sun Divine Flame to resist. But when the hammers fell, the Golden Crow Second Prince screamed. His wings exploded and his body was sent flying. He was severely injured. Although the Golden Crow Second Prince was a perfect Supreme Saint, his spirit body was only a mid-grade heaven spirit body. He was no match for Huang Di and was severely injured. As the elites from the Desolate race, Phoenix Palace and other sects rushed back, they finally stabilized the situation. But they were still at a disadvantage. After all, the other party had elites from the Feng clan. In addition to Sky Wolf Pagoda, Wan family and the Golden Crow clan, there were at least a dozen elites from the ancient Moon Sacred Land who had submitted to the Feng clan. With so many elites gathered together, there were too many of them. The Desolate race, Phoenix Palace and other sects could only defend and could not counterattack. And as time passed, more and more people were injured. At that moment, a phoenix's cry resounded through the sky. A flaming phoenix flew over rapidly, enveloping the elites from Sky Wolf Pagoda and the Golden Crow clan. It's the undying flame. Someone exclaimed. Bam! Bam! The flaming phoenix's cry caused the undying flame laws to circulate. One by one the young elites were sent flying, vomiting blood. Some of the weaker ones were severely injured and could no longer fight. It's Huang Ling, damn it, she has also broken through to the perfect Supreme Saint realm. Mo Lang roared. In the next moment an undying flame shot towards Ink Wolf, sending him flying and spitting out blood. Huang Ling had broken through to the perfect Supreme Saint realm. She was almost invincible among those of the same level. Even though the Feng clan had a few elites with high-grade heaven spirit bodies, they were no match for her. They were suppressed by Huang Ling and were eventually injured by her. Their combat strength was greatly reduced. With Huang Ling's addition, they immediately stabilized the situation and gained the upper hand. Huang Ling, go help Long Chen and the rest. We can hold them off. Mu Qingxue shouted. Huang Ling had injured the strongest elites of the other party. The other party's combat strength was greatly reduced. On their side, they had the desolate race's experts working together, so they had no problem protecting themselves. Alright, be careful. Chapter 1881. Huang Ling had the immortal heavenly phoenix body and could control the immortal fire law. Her vitality was extremely strong. She seemed to have turned into the immortal fire and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. She was not afraid of the destructive wind and blocked it. Autumn Moon, Long Chen, and Desolate Force seized the opportunity to attack. Feng Wuchen was pushed back a few thousand meters. Don't think that you can win by outnumbering me. Feng Wuchen roared. His body turned transparent as if he was going to turn into a gust of wind. The gust of wind grew stronger and more intense. Tornadoes formed around Feng Wuchen. Other than that, there were also destructive wind blades. The destructive attack swept towards Long Chen and the rest. I'll block it. You guys attack. Immortal cage. Huang Ling shouted. Endless flames spread out and turned into a huge flaming cage. It blocked the destructive wind and blocked it. Long Chen and Desolate Force stepped forward and appeared beside Huang Ling to protect her. At the same time they attacked Feng Wuchen fiercely. Autumn Moon stood behind Huang Ling and the rest. He did not have to worry about his own defense and attacked with all his might. Autumn Moon attacked with all his might. His attack power was terrifying. The two scimitars were supported by the Yin and Yang Law and had shocking destructive power. They kept attacking Feng Wuchen. The area seemed to be about to explode. The others were far away from the battlefield. The Battle of the Five Kings. 4 great sage complete realm king bodies were fighting against a lesser absolute saint king body. This was a rare sight to behold. At that moment, more and more people were watching the battle from afar. Even many powerful geniuses who were in seclusion had appeared. A group of people in white robes was very eye-catching. Among them, there was a beautiful lady who attracted the attention of many. If Lu Ming was here he would be shocked. That lady was Xian Yanjuan. It's the ancient sacred tribe. Who is that lady? She's so beautiful. I heard that she's a terrifying genius from the ancient sacred tribe. She's very powerful. Many people looked at Xian Yanjuan and the rest and discussed secretly. But soon, everyone's attention was focused on the battle in front of them. 4-peak Great Saint Monarch Physiques, it's really amazing. If they all break through to Absolute Saint Realm, I'm afraid they will stir up a storm in Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. How strange. King Physiques have always been arrogant and solitary. Why would these 4 King Physiques gather together and fight against Feng Wuchen? I think it's because of someone called Lu Ming. Lu Ming? You guys have been in seclusion all this time so you don't know. This Lu Ming just joined the Origin Mountain Academy not long ago. He is a son of chaos. What? Son of chaos? Some people exclaimed. They didn't expect another son of chaos to appear in Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. No wonder so many king bodies had gathered together. If it was because of the son of chaos, then it wouldn't be strange. Lu Ming? Xian Yanjuan murmured as a strange light flickered in her eyes. At this time, Long Chen and the other 3 joined forces to fight against Feng Wuchen and finally turn the tables. However, Feng Wuchen's cultivation was at Absolute Saint Realm, so it was almost impossible for them to win. But with the 4 of them working together, it would be difficult for Feng Wuchen to win. The battle was very fierce, but the 2 sides were evenly matched. Hehe, it's really intense. At this time, a cold laugh was heard as 2 young men came together. It's them, Luo Pokong and Kong Lang. Seeing these 2 people, many people's faces changed drastically. Why are the 2 of them together? Many people's faces were solemn. This was because Luo Pokong and Kong Lang both had king physiques, and they had both broken through to Absolute Saint Realm not long ago. Two Absolute Saint Realm King physiques came together. It's that bitch. Luo Pokong looked directly at Autumn Moon, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Back in the ancient Sun's sacred ground, he was defeated by Lu Ming because of Autumn Moon and lost face. Brother Luo, do you know that woman? Kong Lang laughed. That woman is the woman that my brother Luo Tsangqiong likes, but she goes against the Daluo Heaven sect every day. I don't know where she went some time ago and I didn't expect to see her here. I'll take her down and send her to my brother. Then Luo Pokong stepped out. The penetrating law flowed around his body, and his body seemed to be able to penetrate the void. His speed was amazing, and in an instant he appeared not far from Autumn Moon. He stretched out his hand and grabbed out. His 5 fingers were like 5 long spears as they pierced towards Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon's face changed drastically. She didn't expect that someone would suddenly attack her. Luo Pokong. Autumn Moon shouted. She had to use all her strength to take back her 2 scimitars and attack Luo Pokong. But now that Luo Pokong had broken through to Absolute Saint Realm, his battle strength had increased tremendously. With a grab of his fingers, Autumn Moon's 2 scimitars were knocked away. Autumn Moon, leave these people and go to my brother Luo Tsangqiong. Luo Pokong said coldly. Don't even think about it. No matter who I choose, I won't choose Luo Tsangqiong. Let him give up. Autumn Moon said coldly. Her master had told her that Luo Tsangqiong had taken away a part of her memory in order to get her. She only had hatred for Luo Tsangqiong. You don't know what's good for you. It's your blessing that my brother likes you. Luo Pokong's face sank. He kept pointing his fingers, and a terrifying spear beam pierced through the void and blasted toward Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon quickly retreated and used all her strength to resist, but she was still at a disadvantage and was in imminent danger. Not good, Miss Autumn Moon is in danger. I'll go help her. Huang Li's face changed drastically. Lu Ming was an external elder of the Desolate race. He had done a lot for the Desolate race and had a respected status. And Autumn Moon and Lu Ming had a good relationship. They had gone to the Desolate race together, so Huang Li could not let anything happen to Autumn Moon. His figure flashed and rushed toward Luo Pokong, his fists constantly attacking. You're overestimating yourself. A spear appeared in Luo Pokong's hand. With a shake of the spear, a spear beam pierced out and destroyed Huang Li's fist force, causing Huang Li to retreat quickly. On the other side, Autumn Moon took the opportunity to attack Luo Pokong. However, Luo Pokong's cultivation level was too strong. With a sweep of his spear, he destroyed Autumn Moon's attack. Huang Li took the opportunity to rush to Autumn Moon's side and join forces with Autumn Moon to fight Luo Pokong. However, Luo Pokong also had a king body and his cultivation level was at the Absolute Saint Realm. Although he had just broken through to the Absolute Saint Realm, his combat strength was slightly weaker than Feng Wuchen's, but not by much. Even if Huang Li and Autumn Moon joined forces, they were still no match for him. And on the other side, Huang Ling and Long Chen were completely at a disadvantage. In this battle, because of Luo Pokong's intervention, the situation had changed. In this battle, Huang Ling, Long Chen and company are in trouble. They are no match for 2 absolute saints with king bodies. That's right, they will probably be seriously injured and thrown out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. They will lose all their face. Some people sighed. Chapter 1882. In the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley, Lu Ming finally broke through the shackles after a period of cultivation. He broke through to the Great Saint Perfection, and his aura skyrocketed. Around him, the origin stones exploded, turning into billowing origin chi that surged into Lu Ming's body and turned into Saint Force. Lu Ming had 2 Saint Hearts in his body. At this time he had reached the Great Saint Perfection, and his Saint Force was extremely strong. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's aura was retracted. I've gained a lot from this cultivation. My cultivation has broken through to the Great Saint Perfection, and my chaotic tribulation finger has also reached 80%. It's time to go out. Lu Ming thought to himself. He had killed the Golden Crow Crown Prince last time. If the people of the Feng clan came out of seclusion, he wondered if they would take revenge. Although killing was not allowed in the Saint Court of Yuan Mountain, as long as one did not enter the life and death arena, it would be fine. But Lu Ming was still worried. Lu Ming stepped forward and went to the exit of the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley. He went back very quickly and there was no obstruction. After a while, Lu Ming exited the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley. It seems that bubble is still cultivating. Lu Ming smiled slightly and then his expression changed. The moment he came out, there seemed to be a message from the voice transmission Jade Talisman. Lu Ming took out the voice transmission jade talisman and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His face suddenly changed. It was a message from the people of the Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling and the others were facing a crisis at this moment. In fact, some of the elites of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect had been constantly sending him messages. Previously he was in the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley and could not send messages, but they did not give up and continued to send messages. Now that Lu Ming came out of seclusion, he naturally received the news. The Feng clan and Luo Pokong. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then he circulated his saint force and his body cut through the void like a ray of light. At this moment, whether it was Autumn Moon, Huang Li, Huang Ling or Long Qin, they were all in danger. The four of them were no match for Feng Wuchen and Luo Pokong at all. Whoosh, whoosh. The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand shot out explosively, turning into a spear beam that pierced towards Autumn Moon and Desolate Force's vital points. Every single spear light contained the power of the law of penetration. It was capable of penetrating everything, including other laws. At this moment, there were two places on Huang Li's body that had been pierced by the spear radiance. The front and back of the spear radiance were penetrated and fresh blood was flowing out. If not for the Desolate race having a special physique that made them extremely strong and resilient, they probably would not have been able to continue fighting. However, he still stood in front of Autumn Moon. The two of them unleashed their full strength and fought with Luo Pokong. Huang Li narrowly avoided a spear light, otherwise he would have been pierced through again. At this moment, Huang Ling and Long Chen's situation was not much better. Even with Huang Ling's terrifying vitality, her face was still pale. Where is Lu Ming? Where is he hiding? Tell him to come out and fight me. Luo Pokong shouted coldly. Last time he had been defeated by Lu Ming and lost all his face. This time he had broken through to the Saint Realm, so he must humiliate Lu Ming. If Lu Ming makes a move, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle him. Huang Li grinned. This person was defeated by Lu Ming the last time. Autumn Moon said. Haha, so that's the case. So it's someone who was defeated by Lu Ming. You still have the cheek to come here? Huang Li laughed loudly. Shut up. If Lu Ming dares to appear, I will make him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, he has become a tortoise, hiding and not daring to show himself. Luo Pokong sneered. Are you looking for me? Suddenly a cold voice came from afar. Following that, a beam of light flew over from afar at an astonishing speed. In a blink of an eye, it had arrived. The beam of light did not stop as it charged straight at Luo Pokong. Large prison-suppressing monuments appeared and suppressed Luo Pokong. Lu Ming. Luo Pokong roared angrily as his spear stabbed out, stabbing at the prison-suppressing monument phantoms. The prison-suppressing monument phantoms exploded and Luo Pokong's body trembled as he retreated a few steps. Swish. The light receded and Lu Ming's figure appeared. It's Lu Ming. Huang Ling and company's hearts skipped a beat as they revealed looks of joy. Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the Desolate race were also delighted. For some reason, whenever they saw Lu Ming descend, their hearts would calm down. It was as if Lu Ming could turn the tide. Lu Ming, long time no see. I wonder if you can turn the tide under such circumstances? In the distance, Xian Yinjuan whispered among the ancient sacred tribe. Is this person the son of chaos? Some people who had never seen Lu Ming could not help but whisper as they revealed looks of curiosity and anticipation. Could the appearance of the son of chaos change the situation? Autumn Moon, Huang Li, go help Huang Ling and company. Leave this person to me. Lu Ming said. All right. Without hesitation, Autumn Moon and Huang Li charged at Feng Wuchen. With the help of Autumn Moon and Huang Li, the situation was finally stabilized. Ha, Lu Ming, you came at the right time. Today, I will trample you under my feet and make you suffer all kinds of humiliation. Luo Pokong looked at Lu Ming, his eyes flashing with cold murderous intent. Now that he had broken through to the absolute Saint Realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Just now, he had been pushed back a few steps by Lu Ming because he was in a hurry and did not use much of his strength. Loser, since you have already been defeated once, you will never be my match in the future. Lu Ming said coldly, full of strong confidence and the belief that he would not be defeated. This time the loser is you. Kill. Luo Pokong's spear vibrated as hundreds of spear beams appeared and stabbed at Lu Ming. Insignificant skill. Break it. Lu Ming used the suppressing hell skill and punched out continuously. Many tall suppressing hell steels appeared, suppressing everything. Bam. 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 The spear beams exploded as they were suppressed by the suppressing hell steels, turning into energy and dissipating. Lu Ming took a step forward, breaking through the attack of the spear gleams and charging toward Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's face darkened. His spear buzzed and stabbed at Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Clang! A gigantic prison-suppressing steel appeared and clashed with the long spear, colliding heavily. Dong! The suppressing hell steel's phantoms exploded as the spear vibrated. Lu Ming and Luo Pokong's bodies shook at the same time, and they retreated a few steps. Many of the onlookers in the distance were shocked. So strong. He can fight against an absolute saint with a king-type body, someone said in shock. As soon as he attacked, Lu Ming's cultivation was exposed. He was a complete supreme saint. For example, Huang Ling and the others had to join forces with 4 king bodies to resist Feng Wuchen. And Lu Ming could fight with Luo Pokong alone. As expected of the Son of Chaos, his combat strength is terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Luo Pokong's face darkened as the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Kill. The long spear pierced toward Lu Ming at the speed of lightning. The power of penetrating the power of laws was astonishing. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He stepped forward and attacked with the suppressing hell skill. Chapter 1883. That's all you got after breaking through to the absolute saint realm. What a disappointment. Lu Ming's words were full of sarcasm. Die. Annihilation strike. Luo Pokong roared as he unleashed his most powerful attack with his divine ability. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger and the Chaotic Calamity Finger exploded, clashing with Luo Pokong's long spear. Buzz. The long spear shook violently as if it was under great pressure. Luo Pokong's body shook violently as he retreated. Luo Pokong's superpower was around 85%, and it was the Law of Kings. Its power was already very shocking. Lu Ming's superpower was at 80%, but it was the Law of Chaos. Its power was equivalent to 90% of the Law of Kings. It was still stronger than Luo Pokong's. Your most powerful attack is only SOSO. Suppress. Lu Ming pointed his fingers continuously. The energy between heaven and earth gathered toward Lu Ming's fingers in a frenzy. A few huge fingers formed continuously and pointed toward Luo Pokong. Extreme penetration. Luo Pokong shouted. His body seemed to have arched and then he shot out, bursting out with astonishing power. His long spear, with the support of the absolute Saint Realm Saint Force, became even more powerful and clashed with Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. After a few explosions, Luo Pokong retreated again. Luo Pokong retreated while Lu Ming advanced. His right finger kept pointing, using the Chaotic Calamity Finger. On his left hand, the Law of Arrays was activated and endless runes spread out, forming a sealing power that covered Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong kept retreating, not daring to let the sealing power touch him. Luo Pokong is at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's strength is terrifying. The other geniuses were shocked when they saw this. Before, Lu Ming could resist Luo Pokong, which was already shocking. Now Lu Ming was actually suppressing Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong, didn't you want to trample me under your feet today? Why do you keep retreating? Lu Ming's words were filled with mockery. However, his attacks did not stop at all. Instead, they became even more violent. With the Law of Primal Chaos in his right hand, he unleashed the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. In his left hand, endless runes filled the air, forming a sealing power that was about to seal Luo Pokong. Although Luo Pokong's penetrative power was strong, he was suppressed by the Primal Chaos Finger and could only retreat continuously. He was completely at a disadvantage. Luo Pokong hated Lu Ming to the core. Last time in the ancient Sun Holy Land, in the Soul Holy Palace, he was defeated by Lu Ming with his Great Sage Great Mastery cultivation base. He was humiliated by Lu Ming in public. Now he entered the Yuanshan Academy and broke through to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. He was full of ambition and wanted to compete with the heroes of the world. He wanted to completely trample Lu Ming under his feet. However, when he encountered Lu Ming, he was still no match for him and was suppressed. He felt a lump of air stuck in his chest and it was extremely uncomfortable. The fingers of Lu Ming's right hand pointed at the void continuously. Afterward, in the sky, an incomparably huge finger was formed. It was as if a god had stretched out a finger from an eternal unknown place and pressed toward Luo Pokong. The scene was extremely shocking. Luo Pokong tried his best to stab out with his spear. A shocking spear light soared into the sky, trying to pierce through the finger, but the result was that the spear light exploded, and Luo Pokong was blasted from the sky and fell to the ground. Boom. Luo Pokong fell to the ground and the ground exploded, creating a huge pit. Although he stood firm, his face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I said that I can defeat you once and I can defeat you a second time. You will never be my opponent. When you are defeated by me, you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming stepped forward, looking down at Luo Pokong from above. Luo Pokong's face turned from pale to ashen, and his eyes were full of anger and killing intent. You just have the upper hand for a while, and you dare to say that Brother Luo is not worthy of being your opponent. You are really arrogant. Brother Luo, let me help you. Not far away, Kong Lang said indifferently and then stepped out. Endless waves appeared around his body. Kong Lang wanted to join forces with Luo Pokong to deal with Lu Ming. Alright, let's join forces and severely injure this kid, and then take him out of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard and cripple him. I want him to live like a dog for the rest of his life. Luo Pokong said, his voice was incomparably cold and filled with endless killing intent. He had been defeated by Lu Ming repeatedly, and his heart had been left with an inner demon. Kong Lang stepped on the waves and moved toward Lu Ming. Kong Lang is really going to make a move. Many people were moved. Kong Lang and Luo Pokong came together, and their relationship was indeed deep. At this moment, Kong Lang wanted to join forces with Luo Pokong. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, it was impossible for him to be a match for Luo Pokong and Kong Lang. It seemed that Lu Ming's side was going to lose this battle. Many people sighed. Lu Ming's side was mainly because their cultivation was too weak. If only one of them had reached the Saint Realm, the situation would not be so passive. Two Saint Realm king bodies teaming up to fight a supreme saint. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? At this time, a crisp voice was heard. The voice was very pleasant and it was unforgettable after hearing it once. Who is it? Kong Lang shouted and his eyes swept around. In the distance, a graceful figure walked in the air. It's Luo Qianni. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the person. Lu Ming's mouth also curved into a smile. Luo Qianni had come. Luo Qianni walked in the air and walked toward Kong Lang. She said, if you want to fight, I will fight with you. Humph, Luo Qianni, you are only ranked 36th on the King Sage board. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. After I defeat you, it will not be too late to fight Lu Ming. Kong Lang snorted and walked toward Luo Qianni. Under his feet, huge waves surged as if they were going to destroy everything. At this time, Luo Qianni's eyes turned pitch black, as if they had turned into two abysses. Kong Lang's body suddenly stopped. The huge waves under his feet kept rolling and his body trembled slightly. Illusion break. Kong Lang shouted and waved his hands. In an instant, huge waves rose to the sky, as if they were going to break Luo Qianni's illusion. However, when the huge waves rushed toward Luo Qianni, they automatically parted, as if they were deliberately avoiding her. After a while, Kong Lang's body trembled and his face turned red. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Luo Qianni's eyes returned to normal. She said calmly, you are no match for me. You. Kong Lang was shocked. They had only exchanged blows for a short while and he was already injured. He could not break Luo Qianni's illusion rules of order. Luo Qianni gave him an unfathomable feeling. Luo Qianni is so powerful. The rankings on the King Sage board are not so accurate. They cannot be taken seriously. Luo Qianni is too low-key. Although she is ranked 36th on the King Sage board, her strength is enough to be in the top 20. Many people were shocked by Luo Qianni's strength. Chapter 1884. Even if they were all king bodies and their cultivation levels were the same, there were differences in strength. The strength of one's combat awareness, the strength of one's divine power, and the use of laws all determined one's combat strength. Moreover, even if they were all King Dao laws, there were differences in strength. Some King Dao laws were extremely powerful, exceeding other King Dao laws. For example, Luo Qianni's Heaven Illusion Law could make people fall into a boundless illusion. There was also Luo Zhanqiong's Deprivation Law, which was rumored to be able to deprive everything and was even more overbearing. Luo Pokong, let's go. Kong Lang roared and dared not continue fighting. His figure flashed into the distance. Luo Pokong revealed a look of indignation. With a move of his body, he also fled into the distance. Lu Ming did not pursue. Although he was stronger than Luo Pokong, there was a limit. If Luo Pokong wanted to leave with his terrifying speed of penetrating laws, he could not stop him. Retreat. Seeing Luo Pokong and Kong Lang retreat, Feng Wuchen did not dare to continue fighting. With a roar, he transformed into a gust of wind and fled into the distance, disappearing in an instant. The others also abandoned their opponents and fled frantically. Damn, this kid escaped quickly. Next time I will definitely destroy him. Huang Li cursed and was extremely unhappy. He was an invincible existence among the younger generation of the desolate race. This was the first time he had been beaten so badly in a battle with someone of the same generation. Luo Qianni, thank you. Lu Ming walked towards Luo Qianni and smiled. You don't have to thank me. Luo Qianni smiled and said, I was in seclusion. When I came out, I heard that there was a battle here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see you. Unfortunately, I was too late. You're not late, you're just in time. Lu Ming laughed. That Lu Ming is also familiar with Luo Qianni? It's amazing to have so many experts gathered together. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming was also familiar with Luo Qianni. With Luo Qianni, there were too many geniuses on Lu Ming's side. There were already 5 king bodies. In addition to Lu Ming's own chaotic body, this force was too amazing. And there are so many beauties. It's enviable. Someone sighed, and this immediately received the approval of many others. Luo Qianni, Qiu Autumn Moon and Huang Ling were all stunning beauties. Any one of them was one of the top beauties in the Yuanshan Academy. However, the 3 of them were all familiar with Lu Ming. How could they not be envious? This brat is really fickle in love. I wonder how my sister is doing? With her arrogant temper, would she be able to endure it? I'm looking forward to it. Xian Yanjuan chuckled. Many people looked at Xian Yanjuan. Could it be that this proud daughter of the ancient Seng clan was also acquainted with Lu Ming? The battle is over. Let's go. Xian Yanjuan said and turned to leave. The prodigies of the ancient holy clans followed behind Xian Yanjuan as if she was their leader. After that, some people also turned around and left. Huang Ling, Desolate Force, both of you are injured. Heal yourselves first. Lu Ming looked at Huang Ling and the others. Huang Ling, Desolate Force, Long Qin, Qiu Autumn Moon, and some other injured people sat cross-legged in the air, swallowed pills and began to heal themselves. Not long after, Huang Ling was the first to finish healing. She had the immortal heavenly phoenix body. Her vitality was extremely strong and she was known to be immortal. No matter how serious her injuries were, she could heal quickly. Then Long Qin and Qiu Autumn Moon also finished healing their injuries. Their injuries were not very serious. Only Desolate Force was injured. He had taken on Desolate Force head-on earlier, and his body had been pierced several times. At this moment, his muscles wriggled and the few holes were filled again. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Desolate Force's body. This is the aura of an absolute saint. Lu Ming's eyes widened, and then he revealed a look of joy. After the battle, Desolate Force had broken through to the absolute saint realm. However, this was to be expected. Huang Li's cultivation had long reached great sage consummation, making him the closest to becoming a paragon sage among all of them. Furthermore, after the recent period of cultivation and the recent battle, his potential had been stimulated, resulting in him making a breakthrough. Haha, Desolate Force has broken through to the absolute saint realm. That's great. The other members of the Desolate race were also overjoyed. As for Huang Ling, Long Qin and the others, they were also delighted. With Desolate Force's breakthrough, their strength would be stronger in the future. It would not be easy for Feng Wuchen to deal with them. Desolate Force could still fight Feng Wuchen after breaking through to the absolute saint realm. Some people were watching from afar. The elites who had not left were also shocked. Desolate Force had broken through to the absolute saint realm. A king body absolute saint was definitely powerful. In addition to Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength, Lu Ming and his group would become a force to be reckoned with in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. During this period of time, many people in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard are breaking through. After a period of time, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard will probably have an even more exciting clash. That's right. Actually, there are many people with king bodies who have yet to break through to the Absolute Saint Realm. When these people break through to the Absolute Saint Realm, the clash will be even more intense. That will be a truly great era. There are also the strongest group of people who have been cultivating in the Absolute Saint battlefield. When they come out of seclusion, they will probably be even stronger. We have to work hard too. Otherwise, we will probably become the stepping stones of others in this great era. Some of the elites discussed. They felt pressured, but they were also filled with anticipation. Everyone wanted to create a dazzling spark in this great era that would be remembered by everyone. Hoo, between the heavens and earth, endless heaven and earth, Yuan Qi gathered towards the power of desolates. Give him a hand. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large number of origin stones exploded, turning into billowing origin qi that surged towards Desolate Force. Long Qin and the others also took out a large number of origin stones and exploded them. Endless origin chi was absorbed by desolate force. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The billowing absolute Saint Chi rushed into the sky like smoke signals. After a few hours, desolate force's aura was retracted and he opened his eyes. Haha, Long Qin, you have to cultivate quickly. Otherwise I will have no opponent. Desolate force laughed and then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, when are you going to fight with me? I'm not free. Lu Ming refused directly. Being entangled by this battle maniac would not be a good day. Desolate force helplessly touched his head, which made many people laugh. Let's go back. Luo Qianni, do you want to join us? Lu Ming looked at Luo Qianni. Sure. Luo Qianni nodded and smiled. She was so charming that some of the young men from the Divine Elephant Sect, Phoenix Palace, and the Desolate Race were mesmerized. Other than Huang Ling and Long Qin, the others were very curious. Luo Qianni, the sacred lady of inheritance of the Jade Lake Immortal Palace, a peerless beauty, was helping Lu Ming. Furthermore, she seemed to be very familiar with Lu Ming. She even listened to Lu Ming. This made many people's imagination run wild. Qiu Yu blinked and looked at Lu Ming and Luo Qianni. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 1885. Everyone, do you have any news about the Tai Sui Lotus? Or, could you help me keep an eye out for news about it? Lu Ming asked after they had chatted for a while. The Tai Sui Lotus was the only ingredient he needed to refine the soul recovery pill. However, such a spiritual item was extremely rare. It would be difficult for him to find it alone. If he could get everyone to help him, he would have a better chance. Tai Sui Lotus? Some of them looked confused. Apparently they had never heard of it. As for the remaining people who had heard the story, they were all deep in thought. The Tai Sui Lotus is extremely rare. It is said that it is very spiritual. It will be difficult to find it in a short period of time. However, I know of a place that might have news about it. Luo Qianni pondered for a moment. She seemed to have thought of something. Where is it? Lu Ming was delighted. Many geniuses had joined the Jade Lake Divine Palace for generations. It was normal for Luo Qianni to know a lot of information that ordinary people did not. The Vientiane Tower. Luo Qianni explained, the Vientiane Tower specializes in collecting all kinds of information. They collect all kinds of information from all over the Yuan continent. They have people all over the world. As long as you spend money, you can buy any kind of information. There's such a place? Where can I find the Vientiane Tower? Lu Ming was delighted. If that was the case, he might be able to get some information from the Vientiane Tower. There's a branch of the Vientiane Tower in the Celestial City. I'll give you the exact location. Luo Qianni took out a jade token and engraved the map on it with her spiritual consciousness. Then she handed it to Lu Ming. The group chatted for a while and left. The next day, Lu Ming and Qiu Moon left the Yuanshan Sacred Courtyard and headed to the Vientiane Tower. The Celestial City was vast and boundless. The Vientiane Tower was located in the north of the city. The two of them flew. Soon they found a place that was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people were surrounding it as if they were watching a good show. Shall we go down and take a look? Qiu Yu blinked and revealed a curious look. Alright, let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them landed and discovered an ancient platform. The platform was surrounded by people of all ages, men, women, and children. On the ancient platform, a sword was stabbed into the ground. A middle-aged man was grabbing the sword hilt and using all his strength to pull it out, but the sword wouldn't budge at all. Uncle, what's going on? Lu Ming greeted an elder and inquired about the situation. Little brother, this is your first time in Celestial City, right? Let me tell you, this sword is the Celestial Emperor's sword. The old man said proudly. What? The sword of the Celestial Emperor. Is it true? Lu Ming was shocked. The sword on the platform was actually the sword of the Celestial Arch. How could it have been passed down until now? I don't know if it's true or not, but it is said that this platform was created by the Celestial Emperor, and this sword was also placed here by the Celestial Emperor. It is 9 feet long, but no one has been able to pull it out. The old man explained. No one can pull it out, not even a martial emperor? Lu Ming was even more curious. Qiu Moon also looked at the old man curiously. No, to pull this sword out, it has nothing to do with one's cultivation. Many martial emperors might not even be able to pull it out 1 foot, but those with low cultivation might be able to pull it out a little. There was once a young man who had just started cultivating and pulled it out 5 feet. The old man explained. Since ancient times, the record for pulling it out the most was 8 feet. Among the young people of this generation, there was one who pulled it out 8 feet. That was the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, the peerless genius with the bloodline of the celestial emperor, Xing Xinhe. Moreover, I heard that Xing Xinhe said that he would pull out the sword of the celestial emperor sooner or later and make it his sword. A middle-aged man interrupted from the side. Lu Ming roughly understood what was going on. At that moment, the burly man on the platform was almost exhausted. In the end, he could not even pull out one foot and retreated from the platform with a flushed face. People come here every day to try. Many of them were very confident at first, thinking that they could pull out the sword of the celestial emperor, but in the end they were all disappointed. The old man shook his head and said, "It's just wishful thinking. How can the sword of the celestial emperor be pulled out so easily? Over the years, many geniuses have been born but no one could pull it out. It's said that once you pull it out, you might get the inheritance of the celestial emperor." The middle-aged man sneered. "That's just a legend. Don't take it seriously." The old man shook his head. At that moment, another person stepped onto the platform and began to pull out the sword. Clang. Suddenly the sword chimed and shook the sky. The hilt of the sword emitted a dazzling light. The sword was pulled out by a foot. However, 1 foot was the limit. No matter how hard the person tried, he could only pull it out 1 foot. After a while, the person failed and retreated from the platform. The sword sank back into the platform, leaving only the hilt exposed. "How wonderful!" Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. Even a martial emperor could not pull out the sword, which showed how magical it was. A martial emperor could shatter heaven and earth when he was angry. He had infinite power, but he could not pull out the sword. If one wanted to pull out the sword, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It depended on the person. "The sword is mine." At that moment, a young man stepped onto the platform. His face was cold and arrogant, and he was full of confidence. How arrogant! Even the eternal star river could not pull out the sword. How dare this person say that it's his? Many people were very confident before they went up, but they soon failed. I've seen many people like this. Some people were talking about it with disdain. The young man snorted and stepped to the hilt of the sword. He held the hilt with both hands, exhaled, and pulled it up forcefully. Clang. The sword chimed and shook the sky. The sword of the celestial emperor was pulled out 1 foot. Again. The young man shouted and his power exploded. The sword chimed again and rays of light flowed out of the sword. 3 feet, he actually pulled it out 3 feet. Someone exclaimed. In an instant, the young man pulled out another 2 feet, making a total of 3 feet. This person is very talented, but he can only pull it out 3 feet. 3 feet is his limit. Someone said. Again. At that moment, the young man shouted again, and a terrifying power of law erupted from his body. That's the power of kings. This person has a king body. Many people exclaimed. Clang, clang. The sword chimed twice, and the sword was pulled out another 2 feet, making it 5 feet. He's a lesser absolute saint. This person must be a peerless genius of the Origin Mountain Sacred Court. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, he had never seen this person before. After the young man pulled the sword of the Celestial Emperor out 5 feet, he stopped as if he had reached his limit. The young man circulated his cultivation to the maximum, and his body was covered in endless light. Chapter 1886. After a short while, the young man shouted again. Clang. Another sword chime was heard, and the sword of the Celestial Emperor was pulled out by another foot, reaching 6 feet. This sword looks like a stone sword. Lu Ming looked carefully and found that the sword seemed to be made of stone, as if it was polished from a strange stone. 6 feet. This person is amazing. An ordinary king body can only pull out 5 feet, but this person can pull out 6 feet. Extraordinary. However, 6 feet is his limit. Since ancient times, it has been recorded that a normal king body can reach 5 feet. A few especially terrifying king bodies can reach 6 feet. As for the Son of Heaven, he can reach 7 feet. The highest record is 8 feet, but that is very rare even since ancient times. Indeed. Many people were discussing. The young man had indeed reached his limit after pulling out 6 feet. After a few consecutive bursts, the sword did not move at all. In the end, the young man could only give up and retreat. The sword was once again submerged into the platform. Interesting. Autumn Moon, do you want to give it a try? Lu Ming asked. Let's give it a try. Qiuyu smiled. She was also eager to try what she saw just now. Haha, little girl, you want to try too? I bet you can pull out 3 feet. I have faith in you. The middle-aged man laughed. There were many young people who came here every day to draw their swords, but how many of them could pull out 3 feet? The middle-aged man was just joking. Autumn Moon smiled and did not say anything. She stepped onto the platform and grabbed the sword hilt. Rise. Autumn Moon shouted, and her saint power surged as she pulled up with all her might. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive sword chimes were heard, and the sword of the Celestial Emperor was pulled out 3 feet. The middle-aged man was stunned and tongue-tied. You really pulled it out 3 feet? He had just said it casually. He never expected that the little girl could pull it out 3 feet. Uncle, it's not over yet. Lu Ming laughed. Rise. At this time Autumn Moon shouted again and the law of yin and yang spread out. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chimes continued to ring and 3 more chimes were heard. 6 feet. King body, another king body, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Another prodigy has appeared. This woman should be a prodigy from Yuan Mountain's sacred courtyard. The mid-autumn moon was pulled out by 6 feet, which caused a heated discussion. In the past there were very few people who could pull out 6 feet. On average it would take many years for one to appear. Today in such a short period of time, 2 people appeared consecutively. This was very rare. Of course, when the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy was first opened, it was the most lively. In a single day more than 10 heavenly geniuses who could pull out 5 feet and 6 feet appeared, shaking the entire celestial city. However, Autumn Moon had reached her limit after pulling out 6 feet. After a few fruitless attempts she gave up and returned to Lu Ming's side. Do you want to try? Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming was a son of chaos. She wanted to see how many feet Lu Ming could pull out. On the side, the middle-aged uncle and the old man looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked together. Could it be that he was also a king body? Could it be that he was also an existence who could pull out 5 feet or even 6 feet? If so, today would be lively. Okay, I'll give it a try. Lu Ming smiled. Since he was here he might as well give it a try. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. Many people looked at Lu Ming. There are really a lot of young people who came today. Indeed, I wonder how many feet this person can pull out. To be able to come up after 2 king bodies, I'm afraid he's not simple. Today is really lively. Some people looked at Lu Ming curiously and looked forward to it. Could it be that Lu Ming could also pull out 6 feet? Lu Ming came to the side of the sword hilt and held the sword with both hands. Suddenly, he felt a wonderful warm force gushing out from the sword hilt and pouring into Lu Ming's body. Is this energy able to test a person's cultivation? Lu Ming secretly guessed. Because the people who came here to pull out the sword had nothing to do with their cultivation level. A martial emperor might not even be able to pull out 1 foot, but a person who had just started cultivating could pull out 5 feet. Then let's see how many feet I can pull out. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he pulled hard. Clang. The sound of the sword rang out, and the long sword was pulled out 1 foot. It's really heavy, Lu Ming muttered. The saint force in his body surged, and the 2 saint hearts rotated rapidly. Endless power poured into Lu Ming's hands and he pulled up again. Clang, 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 clang. 4 consecutive sword cries rang out. The sword's body was overflowing with brilliant colors and it was dazzling. 5 feet. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had pulled out 5 feet. He hasn't used the precepts yet. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. He can pull out 5 feet without using the precepts. How is that possible? Are we seeing things? Everyone was in disbelief. Without using the precepts he could pull out 5 feet. This was too shocking. The person with the king body looked at Lu Ming, and a bright light burst out of his eyes. It's really heavy, but this is not my limit. Rise. Lu Ming still did not use the precepts. He relied on the saint force and the power of his spirit body. Clang. Another sword cry rang out. 6 feet. Lu Ming still did not use the precepts. The whole place was silent and everyone stared at Lu Ming. Without using the precepts he could pull out 6 feet. This was too shocking. Unbelievable. I wonder what level of precepts this person has. If it's a powerful king precepts, he might be able to pull out another foot and be on par with the Elysian child. Someone spoke and his voice was a little muffled. The middle-aged man and the old man who had been chatting with Lu Ming were also tongue-tied. The gentle young man who had been chatting with them was actually so powerful? To be able to pull out 6 feet without using the precepts. It seemed that only the Stellar River had done so before. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming had already tied the Stellar River's record? Again. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of determination. He felt that he had not reached his limit yet. In his spirit body he had refined a strand of chaos chi. The strength of his spirit body far exceeded that of a superior sky spirit body. Most importantly, he had 2 saint hearts with unlimited potential. Rise for me. Lu Ming shouted. Other than the precepts, all the power poured into his arms and erupted in an instant. Clang. Another sword cry resounded through the sky, and a sword chi rushed into the sky. 7 feet. Lu Ming pulled out 7 feet, but he still did not use the precepts. How is this possible? How is this possible? Without using the precepts, he can pull out 7 feet. This has never been seen before. When the Stellar River did not use the precepts, he could only pull out 6 feet. Doesn't that mean that Lu Ming has surpassed the Stellar River's record? Some people say that the reason why the Stellar River can pull out 6 feet without using the precepts is because he is a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Otherwise it would not be possible. How can this person do it? Chapter 1887. One had to know that an ordinary Elysian child could only pull out 7 feet. However, Lu Ming could pull out 7 feet without using any nomological laws. This was incredible. Could it be that he has secretly used laws but we didn't notice? Someone couldn't help but guess. It's possible, very possible. This guess was agreed by most people. Otherwise it would be too shocking. But in the next moment, everyone shut up. Rise. A voice sounded in everyone's ears, and the law of chaos erupted from Lu Ming's body. Clang. Immediately, another sword chime sounded. At this moment, the long sword whistled, and a shocking sword chi rushed into the sky and disappeared into the boundless starry sky. The entire platform was shining, and the endless radiance almost drowned Lu Ming. The scene fell into a dead silence. 8 feet. Lu Ming pulled out 8 feet and even used laws. This proved that Lu Ming really did not use laws just now and pulled out 7 feet. At this moment he used laws and pulled out the 8-foot-long sword in one fell swoop, tying with the historical record and also the Stellar River's record. The law of chaos. This person is one of the sons of heaven, the son of chaos. It's too shocking, pulling out 8 feet, tying the Stellar River's record. Can this person completely pull out the sword of the Celestial, the Arch? As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell silent again, and it became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Lu Ming could pull out 7 feet without using the power of laws, which was unprecedented since ancient times. Then, after Lu Ming used laws, could he pull out 9 feet? That was really hard to say. Could it be that the sword of the Celestial, the Arch that had been inserted here for countless years was about to appear? Many people trembled in their hearts, both nervous and expectant. The uncle and uncle who were chatting with Lu Ming before were completely stunned. They never expected that the young man who was chatting with them just now was a rare peerless genius since ancient times. 8 feet, still 1 foot short. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. At this moment he gathered all the strength in his body into his arms. The muscles all over his body bulged one by one, filled with endless strength. Then he pulled out the sword. Clang. A sword cry resounded through the sky, causing everyone's hearts to beat violently. At this moment, the boundless sword light pierced through the heavens. A shocking sword light stood between the heavens and earth. Everyone in Celestial City could see it. On the platform, amidst the boundless radiance, a young man raised his sword high, resembling the legendary god of war. Lu Ming pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor and held it in his hand. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen and space seemed to have frozen as well. Everything stopped at this moment as though it was an eternity. In the center of Celestial City, there was an incomparably majestic palace. At this moment, numerous silhouettes rushed out from the palace, emitting powerful and terrifying auras. The sword of the Celestial Emperor has appeared. In this world, other than Xinghe, there is actually someone who can pull out the Celestial Emperor's sword? Let's go. The sword of the Celestial Emperor cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. We must take it back. Voices rang out one after another. Then they stepped into the air and left. On the platform where the sword of the Celestial Emperor was located, Lu Ming could not help but feel uncomfortable as if a crisis was about to befall him. With a thought, Lu Ming kept the sword of the Celestial Emperor into the mountain and river diagram. Then he flew down and pulled Autumn Moon and said, "Let's go." The two of them turned into 2 rays of light and left the place in an instant. It was not until Lu Ming and Autumn Moon disappeared that the crowd woke up from their daze and reacted. The sword of the Celestial Emperor has been pulled out. The sword of the Celestial Emperor that has been here for thousands of years has actually been pulled out. Who is that young man? He controls the law of primal chaos. He should be a genius of Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. It's not difficult to find out. Many people discussed excitedly. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, several silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of them emitted a terrifying aura, causing everyone to tremble. Emperor's aura, it's a martial emperor expert. And it's the martial emperors of the Hung family. The Hung family claims to have the bloodline of the Celestial Emperor. Now that the sword of the Celestial Emperor has been pulled out, the Hung family will definitely make a move. Heng Xinghe has already said that the sword of the Celestial Emperor will be pulled out by him sooner or later and will become his sword. Many people discussed in low voices. The Emperor-level powerhouse of the Hung family swept his gaze across the empty platform. His eyes were extremely shocked. At the same time, a gloomy expression flashed across his face. The sword of the Celestial Emperor was really pulled out. Who is it? Who pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor? A powerful martial emperor of the Hung family swept his gaze across the audience. His powerful martial emperor aura made everyone's breathing difficult. I don't know. It's a young man, but he has already left. Someone replied. A young man? Who is it? Which force is he from? The emperor-level powerhouse of the Hung family asked. I don't know, but he is the son of primal chaos and controls the law of primal chaos. He should be from Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. Someone said. Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. The face of the Hung family's emperor-level powerhouse turned gloomy. If it was a genius of Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard, then it would be difficult to deal with. Although the Hung family was extremely powerful and claimed to be the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, their foundation was deep and their strength was unfathomable. They were one of the strongest forces in Celestial City. However, Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard was jointly established by 3 great emperors. They did not dare to directly go to Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard to ask for the person. That person should not have gone far. Chase, it's best to take him down before he returns to Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. The sword of the Celestial Emperor can only belong to our Hung family. The leader of the Hung family's martial emperors spoke. The other martial emperors moved one after another and flew in all directions. At this moment, Lu Ming had changed his appearance. He pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor and inexplicably felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Moreover, the appearance of the sword of the Celestial Emperor would definitely alarm many powerful forces. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and immediately left with Autumn Moon. He found a secret place and sent Autumn Moon into the mountain river diagram. After that, he used Divine Breath technique and turned into a middle-aged man with sallow skin. With his current cultivation, even martial emperors would not be able to recognize him so easily. He swaggered down the street and headed in the direction of Vientiane Tower. Not long after, there was indeed a terrifying expert whistling through the sky. Terrifying emperor's aura spread in all directions, causing many people to feel apprehensive. Sure enough, they are chasing after me. Which force is this expert from? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and guessed in his heart. However, his figure did not stop as he headed towards Vientiane Tower. Those martial emperors scanned with their spiritual sense, but they could not recognize him at all. The other party had not even seen his face. Moreover, he used Divine Breath technique. How could they discover him? Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of a pavilion in the north of Celestial City. This is Vientiane Tower. Lu Ming walked in and immediately an old man came to receive Lu Ming. Dear guest, may I ask what help you need? The old man asked. I need to inquire about a piece of information. Chapter 1888. Head to the hall on the left. The old man said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded and walked toward the hall on the left. In the hall on the left, a beautiful lady received Lu Ming. Sir, what kind of information are you looking for? For example, information about people, cultivation techniques and martial skills, or even information about Saint herbs and materials. The young lady wore a gentle smile on her face, giving off a comfortable feeling. A kind of sacred herb. Lu Ming said. If you're looking for a sacred herb, please head to the 6th room. I'll show you the way. The young lady smiled and walked gracefully, leading Lu Ming to a room at the side of the hall. Lu Ming sighed. The Vientiane Tower had a clear division of labor. Different rooms would be assigned to different information. This way the efficiency would be better. After entering the 6th room, Lu Ming saw an elegant middle-aged man. Sir, what kind of sacred herb would you like to know? The middle-aged man asked. The Taisui Treasure Lotus. I want to know where I can find the Taisui Treasure Lotus, or where I can find it. Lu Ming said. The Taisui Treasure Lotus is an extremely rare sacred herb with a unique medicinal effect. Not many of them have appeared since the ancient times. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart sank as he said, even the Vientiane Tower doesn't have any information about the Taisui Treasure Lotus? Ah, I can only say that you're in luck. If you came a few days earlier, your trip would have been in vain. However, I just received a piece of information about the Taisui Treasure Lotus yesterday. Someone has seen the Taisui Treasure Lotus somewhere. The middle-aged man burst out laughing. Where is it? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Brother, don't worry. The Taisui treasure lotus is too rare. The Vientiane Tower had to pay a huge price to obtain this information. You'll have to pay the price if you want to know about it, the middle-aged man said with a smile. How many origin stones? Lu Ming asked. He knew that he would need origin stones to obtain the information. Information about something as rare as the Taisui treasured lotus is naturally valuable. 500,000 high-grade origin stones for this piece of information, the middle-aged man said. The corner of Lu Ming's lips twitched slightly. 500,000 high-grade origin stones for a piece of information? How expensive? Of course, the Vientiane Tower's members were spread all over the world. It's priced to nurture so many people. Alright, I'll take the information about the Taisui treasure lotus. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and filled it with 500,000 high-grade raw stones. He passed it to the elegant middle-aged man. But the Taisui treasure lotus is extremely spiritual consciousness. Not long after, he returned to the Yuanshan Academy. Then he sent a message to Huang Ling, Long Chen and the others saying that he would be leaving for a while. He planned to go to the Tai Sword Tomb immediately to find the Taisui treasure lotus so that Autumn Moon could recover her memories. For things like memories, the longer it was delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for Qiuyu, and the harder it would be for her to recover. Lu Ming didn't have to worry about the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Huang Li had broken through to the Absolute Saint Realm and his strength had increased greatly. Luo Qianni was also with them. Lu Ming didn't waste any time and walked to the teleportation formation of the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Of course, he couldn't teleport directly to the Tai Sword Tomb. Instead, he teleported to the public teleportation area near the Tai Sword Tomb. In fact, every Emperor-level force would build a teleportation formation. But almost all of them were one-way. People from the outside couldn't teleport in. If people from the outside could teleport into a force, that force would be in danger. If they were an enemy, it would be even more dangerous. Only forces that had a good relationship with each other would have a two-way teleportation formation. Therefore, in many areas there would be public teleportation areas. For example, outside the ancient moon sacred ground, outside the ancient sun sacred ground, and the 8 citadels around the celestial city were all public teleportation areas. If outsiders wanted to enter these places, they could only teleport to the public teleportation area and then fly there. Therefore, if they wanted to go to a certain place, they could only teleport to the nearest public teleportation area and then fly there. After all, the Primordial Mountain was too big. It was unrealistic to rely on flying. Even an ordinary Emperor-level expert would need a long time to cross the entire Primordial Mountain. Lu Ming stepped into the teleportation formation and teleported to the public teleportation area closest to the Tai Sword Tomb. Then he took out the flying shuttle and flew toward the Tai Sword Tomb. Lu Ming had obtained this sky-piercing flying shuttle after killing his enemies. It was 20 times faster than the sky-piercing flying shuttle that Valley Master Yun Kong had. In the flying shuttle, Lu Ming returned to his original appearance and released Autumn Moon from the mountain river diagram. What's so magical about the Heavenly Emperor's sword? Show me. Autumn Moon came out and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Was this person really her young master? His talent was also amazing. He could barely be her young master. Autumn Moon had a strange thought in her mind. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the Heavenly Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. The Heavenly Emperor's sword really looked like a stone sword. It was polished from a strange stone. Moreover, at this time there was no abnormality at all. It was as if it was really an ordinary stone sword. There was no shocking phenomenon like when it was first pulled out. This is really the Heavenly Emperor's sword. It looks very ordinary. Could the legend be wrong? Autumn Moon looked at the stone sword curiously, then took it and looked at it carefully. Finally, she injected her saint power, but the stone sword did not react at all. Lu Ming took it and also injected his saint power. He even channeled the law of primal chaos, but there was no reaction at all. There's no reaction at all. It's become a useless sword. Lu Ming was speechless. Then the two of them studied it again, but there was still no result. Lu Ming had to put it in the mountain river diagram. He would study it later. The distance to the Tai Sword Tomb was not short. Even with the flying shuttle that was 20 times the speed, it would still take half a month. The two of them began to cultivate in the flying shuttle. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. They came to a wild mountain range surrounded by vast mountains. In the mountains, the roars of beasts were incessant. Lu Ming put away the flying shuttle. The two of them walked on air. After more than 100,000 miles, they found that the area was getting quieter and quieter. There were fewer and fewer living creatures. Finally they saw a huge cave. It was like a huge demonic well that led underground. In the cave there was a constant aura of death. That was why there was a dead silence around the cave. Chapter 1889. The Tai Sword Tomb was the place where swords were buried. It was said that in the distant past, an extremely powerful sword cultivator had fallen in the Tai Sword Tomb. This place became his tomb, attracting the worship of tens of thousands of swords. Countless ownerless swords flew here and were buried together with that terrifying cultivator. Later on, countless powerful sword cultivators coveted the sword cultivator's inheritance. In order to obtain the sword cultivator's inheritance, a fierce battle broke out there. Countless powerful sword cultivators had died in battle here and were buried here. This place became a terrifying sword tomb. Later on, many sword cultivators who had reached the end of their lifespan and were about to die would come here and be buried there. Over time, the number of experts in swords buried here was innumerable. It was impossible to tell how many of them had been buried here. Over time, some wonderful treasures were born in the Tai Sword Tomb. For example, the sword origin was a rare treasure. Refining the sword origin could refine one's true origin and saint force to improve one's cultivation. Some people would also come here to look for spiritual swords. Since ancient times, many sword cultivators had been buried here. It was said that there were even many emperor-level sword cultivators. Some of the swords left behind by them were real treasures. If one was lucky enough to get it, he would be rich. Therefore, the Tai Sword Tomb attracted many people to explore. Many people would come here every year, especially sword cultivators. The Tai Sui treasured lotus had been found by explorers here. Lu Ming scanned the area. True enough, he saw some figures near the cave. You too, a gentle-looking old man flew over and looked at Lu Ming and Xiao Moon. He smiled and said, "You two also want to explore the sword tomb, right?" "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "It just so happens that I'm forming a team with some friends to enter the sword tomb together. After all, there are opportunities and dangers in the sword tomb. There's strength in numbers and we can help each other. Young friends, are you willing to join us?" The old man smiled and said, "Team up?" Lu Ming thought to himself. The Tai Sword Tomb was full of opportunities and dangers. Since ancient times, many sword cultivators had been buried here and some dangerous things had been born. They were the sword aura. The sword baleful beasts would kill any living being they encountered. They had no intelligence at all. There were strong sword emanations and weak sword emanations. Some sword emanations were extremely powerful, and it would be very dangerous for a single person to encounter them. Thus, it was normal for many people to form teams and enter the sword emanations. "Senior, the two of us are here to search for a type of sacred medicine," Lu Ming said. "Ah, that's great. The Tai Sword Tomb is extremely vast. Just relying on the two of you is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Come with us and keep an eye on each other. You'll have a better chance," the old man said with a smile. "All right, I agree." Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then nodded. The old man's words made sense. It was indeed difficult for the two of them to search for Zhang Xian. If they teamed up with more people, their chances of success would be higher. Moreover, some of these people might have been active here for a long time. They might be able to obtain some useful information. "All right, haha, come, let me introduce you to the others." The old man smiled and led Lu Ming and Autumn Moon towards the others. There were 8 people at the entrance of the cave. The old man introduced them. After the old man's introduction, Lu Ming learned that the old man's name was Wu Chu. He was a perfected paragon saint. Among these people, his cultivation was the highest. "Young friends will have to wait a little longer. We'll go in when there are more people," Wu Chu said. He had a gentle smile on his face, which made him seem easy to get along with. "It's fine to wait a little longer." Lu Ming nodded. Finding the Tai Sui treasured lotus wasn't something that could be done in a day. It wouldn't hurt to wait a few more days. There were indeed many people who came to explore the Tai Sword Tomb. Every 2 days there would be people who came and Wu Chu pulled them into the group. More than 10 days later there were more than 20 people in the group. "All right, it's about time. Let's go," Wu Chu said. Then he took the lead and flew into the cave, followed by the others. The cave was huge and it led underground. It was unfathomable. Lu Ming and the others flew down for about 10,000 feet before they finally reached the bottom. It really looks like an underground world." Lu Ming looked around and found that there was a world under the cave. He couldn't see the end of it. There were mountain peaks in this place, but it was deathly still. There was nothing here. There were only swords. Rusty swords were either stuck in the ground or on the mountain peaks. However, they had lost their spirituality and were about to corrode after countless years. Let's set up a formation so that we won't panic when we're attacked. Wuchu said. Then he arranged the formation. Lu Ming and Qiu Moon were arranged to be at the back. Some of them were in the middle while others were in the front and left. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He found that those who were arranged to be in the front, back, left, and right were the people who joined the group later. Wuchu was in the middle with 5 or 6 people. According to him, his cultivation was the highest. He would be in the middle to provide support at any time. The others didn't have any objections. They chose a direction and ran forward. The Tai sword tomb gave people the impression of being dead silent. There was silence between heaven and earth. Occasionally there would be gusts of cold wind blowing. Not a single blade of grass grew. It was incomparably desolate. They ran forward for hundreds of miles. The scenery they saw was similar. This was the outer area. The swords they encountered were all corroded. There wouldn't be much to gain in this area. After walking for an unknown distance, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. They were 2 black figures. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. They looked like ghosts. When the 2 black figures saw Lu Ming and the others, their eyes emitted a sharp aura. They turned into 2 beams of sword light and charged at the group. They are 2 sword emanations. However, their strength is only at the bright sage realm. Wuchu said. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of energy shot out and defeated the 2 sword emanations. After the 2 sword emanations were defeated, they turned into 2 beams of energy and sank into the ground, disappearing. It was said that these sword emanations were very difficult to kill. They could only be defeated temporarily. After being defeated, they would escape into the ground. After a period of time they would reappear. The group continued forward. They encountered a few more sword emanations, but they were not strong and were easily defeated. Suddenly, a weak sword intent came from the front. There's a sword source in front. Wuchu's eyes lit up. It was obvious that this was not Wuchu's first time entering the Tai sword tomb. He was very experienced. Based on a weak sword intent, he could determine that there was a sword source in front. The group restrained their auras and moved forward carefully. After circling around a mountain, they saw dozens of sword emanations. Chapter 1890. Among the dozens of sword emanations, there were 3 battle swords. These 3 battle swords were not real and were not real battle swords. Instead, they were condensed from extremely pure sword chi and were inserted into the ground. These were the sword sources. Dozens of sword emanations surrounded the 3 sword sources. The sword emanations could absorb the energy from the sword sources to strengthen themselves. Therefore, there were sword emanations guarding each sword source. Since there were 3 sword sources here, there were naturally more sword emanations guarding them. 3 sword sources. Wuchu's gentle eyes emitted a blazing light. What should we do? Someone asked. We can't fight head-on. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we alert the other sword emanations. The best way is to attract the sword emanations and use our powerful combat strength to instantly seize the 3 sword emanations. Wuchu's eyes emitted a scheming light as he made arrangements. You guys split up and lure the sword emanations away. The few of us with the strongest cultivation will instantly seize the 3 sword sources. Wuchu pointed at Lu Ming, Qiu Moon, and a few others who joined the team later. We're going to lure them? Someone asked. That's right. In this sword tomb, we can only maximize our strength and obtain more resources by cooperating with each other. Don't worry, after we obtain the sword sources, we will split them equally. You guys won't get anything less. Wuchu said. Alright, let's lure them. That person nodded, and the others had no objections. Lu Ming and the rest slowly approached the sword emanations from different directions. When they were a certain distance away, the sword emanations discovered them, and a sharp light shot out from their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. Then the sword emanations turned into streaks of sword radiance and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Qiu Moon and turned to run. The others did the same. They all turned and ran into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Beside the sword sources, there were only 7 or 8 sword emanations left. It's good to find some bait. It can save a lot of effort. Beside Wuchu, a middle-aged man sneered. He looked in the direction Lu Ming and the rest had left with a mocking smile on his face. There's no time. Let's attack and seize the 3 sword sources. Wuchu took a step forward and charged toward the 7 or 8 sword emanations. His cultivation was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. With a single palm strike, 2 sword emanations were destroyed and turned into energy that sank into the ground. The other people beside Wuchu also attacked. They released their auras. They were all absolute saints. Everyone attacked together. The 7 or 8 sword emanations did not last long before they were all killed. Chiu Chiu Moon. Chiu Chiu Moon. Chiu Chiu Chiu. Chiu Chiu. Chiu Chiu Chiu. Chiu Chiu. Chiu Yu. Chiu Chiu Chiu. Chiu Chiu. Lu Ming's heart stirred and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Chiu Chiu. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Chiu Yu. Chiu Chiu. Chiu Moon stopped abruptly. He waved his hand. 2 scimitars flew out. They spun quickly and swept toward the sword emanations. One of the sword fiends was equivalent to a lesser saint, while the others were all great saints. They weren't Chiu Yu's match at all. 2 scimitars swept past, and the sword fiends crumbled, turning into energy and dissipating. It was the screams of the other people who had attracted the sword emanations. Lu Ming's eyes grew colder. He and Chiu Chiu. Chiu Moon. Wu Chu and the rest had already gotten the 3 sword sources. They were retreating. They were surprised to see Lu Ming and Chiu Chiu. Looks like they're both geniuses. Even the sword emanations of absolute saints can't do anything to them. Wu Chu's eyes flashed. He smiled gently and said, Lu Ming, return to the team. We'll retreat first. Lu Ming nodded. He and Chiu Moon returned to the team quietly and retreated. Not long after, an ear-piercing roar came from the place where they had obtained the sword sources. It was obvious that the sword emanations had returned and realized that the sword sources were gone. Not long after, a few people who had attracted the sword emanations returned to the team. These people's cultivation was not weak. They didn't die at the hands of the sword emanations. Wu Chu, where are the sword sources? You said we'd split them equally. Someone looked at Wu Chu. Don't worry. We've only gotten 3 sword sources. I'll keep them for now. When we get more sword sources in the future, I'll split them equally. Wu Chu laughed. That person snorted and didn't say anything. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. There was a sharp glint in Chiu Yu's eyes, but the 2 of them did not say much. They continued forward. Not long after, Wu Chu sensed something again. There's another sword source in front. Wu Chu was overjoyed. The group moved forward and found a sword origin in a valley. The number of sword emanations guarding a single sword origin was relatively low. There were only about 3. Let's attack together and destroy these sword emanations. Wu Chu said. There were only about 10 sword emanations. There was no need to lure them away. Lu Ming and the rest were strong. They might be useful if they were kept alive. Wu Chu's lips curled into a sneer. In the next moment his expression suddenly changed. On the other side, more than a dozen figures flashed and appeared there. They were all martial Dao experts. Obviously they had entered the sword tomb before. There were many people in the sword tomb. Every few days people would enter the sword tomb. No one knew how many people there were in the sword tomb. It was obvious that the other party was also an adventurer. The other party also saw Lu Ming and the rest. Their gazes were unfriendly. Some of them even revealed murderous intent. Wu Chu and the rest's faces darkened. Get lost. That sword source belongs to us. Someone in the other party said coldly. You're the ones getting lost. Wu Chu sneered. How could he let go of the sword source that was right in front of him? He turned and looked at Lu Ming and the rest. You guys go and stop them. We'll go and get the sword source. Wu Chu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, Chiu Chiu Moon and a few others. These people were the ones who had gone to attract the sword emanations. They were also the ones they had found as bait. I knew it. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. You want us to stop them? What a joke. There are many experts among them. If we go, we'll be courting death. I refuse. A short and stout man shook his head and refused directly. There was no lack of experts in the sword tomb. Among the dozen or so people, at least half of them were absolute saints. There might even be absolute saints at the peak of the absolute saint realm like Wu Chu. Asking them to stop them would be suicide.